Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kevin Cheke from the Internet Society. Welcome to this session on spam techniques. We're going to cover techniques on how to combat spam. The session has been delayed. Initially, we were intending to start early in the day, but the events in Kempinski took longer than anticipated. So we will begin, and I will make some opening statements and then hand over to Barak on my left, who will moderate. So let's just understand what we want to talk about right now. What is spam? Some people call it unsolicited bulk email or commercial email, or generally email that people just don't want. It's difficult to say how much spam is in our networks right now, but generally based on the figures that are made public by anti-spam solution providers is that as a percentage of total email that we receive or send in our networks, more than 60% is spam. So why is spam bad? We know that it constrains our internet connections, both incoming and outgoing traffic, enables fraud through attacks like phishing and so on, which are bad for our users and ourselves as well. It affects the credibility of our networks. Those of you who are from ISPs or universities that have public IP space will know what this is about. And as we all know, it crowds out our valid emails. So if we focus on some of the technical solutions that we can use to combat spam, I'll just mention a few here, and then our panelists will go through what other people are doing in their networks, and particularly what they're doing in their networks that's working for them. So to limit the amount of outgoing spam, you as an ISP or a network provider or an infrastructure provider for email, one of the best practices that you can have is using encrypted protocols for logins for your users, SMTP authentication to prevent your email server from being an open relay, having sender policy frameworks so that recipients of your email are able to verify the source of the email, use of reverse IP addresses or PTR records, domain keys identified emails, which means signing your mail in a way that the recipient can verify as well. For ISPs and like universities or companies who have their own networks, restricting use of outbound port 25 is also seen to reduce the amount of outgoing mail. Antivirus installed on machines, this in order to reduce the number of machines that get to reduce the number of machines which are going to become as part of a botnet. To reduce incoming spam, there's gray listing, which we'll talk about, using blacklist databases, using anti-spam tools, far-side scraping, which means having the mail filtered by another party before it enters your network, and verification checks on some of the techniques I mentioned earlier. So SPF, reverse records, and domain keys. Some industry organizations that deal with setting standards for spam, we have the messaging, malware, and mobile anti-abuse working group, which addresses messaging both on wired and mobile networks, and they work as well with ITF, which you all know is a standards body. Afrinic, I believe there was once a mailing list, I'm not sure it's still active, but there was a mailing list that focused on spam. And as the Internet Society, we have a combating spam project, and part of the activities there is we have a toolkit of documents and materials, some of which are available here. You may see some documents from ISOC going around. We will also do workshops for policymakers and also technical trainings where we're able to get experts in the fields of anti-spam to come and train on anti-spam techniques. So the focus of this workshop is we want to hear from others on what's working in their networks in terms of reducing overall spam and sharing of best practices. So with that, I'll hand over to the moderator of this session, Barak. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. As I've been introduced, I'm Barak Otieno from AFTLD, and I'll be moderating this session, and I hope it's going to be an interactive session. As Kevin has said, spam is an issue. It's a real issue, and interestingly, on the African continent, I was just trying to do some research on the internet, and I noticed that only South Africa has legislation that touches on spam. So I don't know the status of the other countries or whether we deem that it's not an issue, but definitely from the statistics that have been given, spam constitutes a large proportion of the traffic that travels in our networks. And the worst thing is, it means only 40% of only 40% of the traffic can be considered to be good or to be put into good use. And I think as we work hard as a continent to be leaders in the internet world or in the electronic superhighway, we need to do something drastic about this if we are to make any gains. So with us, we have two presenters. They're going to make some interventions, and then after that, we will open it up for question and answer. So on my immediate left is Frank Ackerman. He's a public policy, he's the chair of the public policy committee of MOB, one of the organizations that is dealing with spam issues, and he'll say more when he gets an opportunity. I also have on my extreme right, Martin Jao from Kenya Education Network. He's going to make, I believe, what we consider to be technical interventions. But before I proceed, there's an interesting document that is on this desk, and I request that it be circulated, that says that for concrete solutions that will combat the causes and effects of spam, the coordinated efforts of stakeholders from both private and public sectors are required, including but not limited to legislators and public regulatory authorities, including communication regulators, consumer protection agencies, and others such as privacy and data protection officials, criminal and civil law enforcement agencies, ISPs, host operators, organizations responsible for developing relevant standards and best practices for electronic marketers, organizations representing internet users, and private entities dedicated to addressing issues related to spam, such as those involved in spam filtering or in combating phishing. So indeed, it takes the effort of all stakeholders to be able to tackle the spam menace. And that's the reason why, after we hear the interventions from our panelists, it will be good to hear from the floor what the different stakeholders have to say about this challenge. So I will start off with Martin. Kindly take the floor.
Okay, good afternoon. Hey guys, good afternoon. Okay, my name is Martin Joe from Kenya. I work for the Kenya Education Network, and I'm here to maybe share what we've been doing in terms of trying to combat or reduce the spams that we get from the internet. And to start with, I would say that in Kenya we actually don't have a legal framework right now that governs spam. So you can guess what we are going through maybe. Okay, I'll start by just a small introduction. Basically, anybody has the capacity of spamming. In case, sorry, a moment. Okay, sorry. I'll start by just a slight introduction about spam. This is one of the unavoidable pitfalls that we get as long as you're connected into the internet. You have the capability of spamming. To start with, I'll just go through the mitigation techniques that we've taken over at Kenet, which on our view, it's working pretty well, and we are able to stop most of the spamming from other networks. These are some of the implementation that we have done. I'll start with the DNS MX records. What we've done, we've set up 2 email filters which are located on our 2 data centers. We have 2 data centers for failover purposes. I'll also talk about the SPF. We have a SPF framework on progress that works. And now, finally, we'll talk about the mail filter gateway and the packages that are installed in that. To start up with the MX records, I've said we have 2 mail filters which are located in different locations. We have 2 data centers. The MX records, what we do, we filter emails for our clients, which is free. If you're a member of Kenneth, you get free service email filtering. So what we do, what members need to do, after you set up your email server, you just need to configure your MX records to point to one of the gateways, email filters that we have, instead of pointing to your local machine. You also need to have the same record pointing to your local machine. In case of the mail filters don't work, you can still receive emails, though they'll be insecure. I'll start with the sender policy framework. This is basically what the SPF does. It helps to mitigate most of the spamming from different networks. You know, when people set, those people who set spams, they usually try to forge addresses, maybe from the domain, which appear to be legit, or which they are not legit. So what SPF does, when you send an email from that has an address or the header from a domain to networks that have already implemented SPF, they will send a request back to our email server and see whether that email is actually legit from an account that's coming from a domain network. We also have SPF record reduces the number of legitimate emails messages that are flagged as spam or bounce back. But basically, the SPF record is not 100% effective, but if you implement SPF in your network, you're going to notice a reduced number of spam emails that you get from outside. That's just SPF is actually enforced using the DNS server. You just create a TX record, text record. The V just shows the version, SPF version 1, and then you need to have a pointer to your email. That's the reverse DNS. And if you have several emails, servers, it's advisable that you don't put different TXT records for the same domain. There's a way that you just add the other email servers in the same line. After the PTR, that's just an example. You just space, then you define the IP, if it's IPv4 or IPv6, full colon, then you put the name of them, or the IP address of your mail server. I'll then talk about the mail filtering gateway. This is the main framework that we have at our workplace. This mail filtering gateway entails a combination of several daemons that ensure mails are clean and secure. It's basically designed to run on open source. That's Unix. We don't have a Windows mail scanner or the one that runs on a desktop user level. It's basically designed to run on a Unix platform. For our case, we are running them. We have 2 mail filters running concurrently. They are running on FreeBSD, that's 9.1, and they are running on a virtual environment on which they're very effective. As I said, it's free. The service is free for Kenneth members. So most members have taken it up. Most of them are doing mail filtering through our network, on which the service we're offering is free. They don't have to pay anything as long as you are a member of Kenneth. I'll just take on the deployment. These are just some of the packages that you need when deploying the mail scanning gateway. You need Apache. I'll talk about Apache data in the MailWatch front end. We also need MySQL. On this, MySQL is the database that we used for logging. Maybe if you need to query something, or maybe to come up data statistics about how efficient your mail scanner is working, you need the MySQL database. You also have the MailWatch. MailWatch is just a graphical interface that helps you interact with the mail scanning gateway. Another thing about MailWatch is that it can integrate various mail scanning gateways. Even if you have like 5, you can operate them from a central point. That's the MailWatch. It's a very nice, well-designed PHP. That's on PHP web front. I also talk about Spam Assassin. That's the system that checks the email and content for spam. We have the ClamAV antivirus. You will notice that everything that I'm going through here is all open source. You don't need to pay anything for deployment or anything. It's just open source. We have the ClamAV antivirus, which is also open source. We have the mail scanner, that's a server. No. To start with the mail scanner, is the email security and anti-spam package for gateways. The software works well based on Unix systems. Spam Assassin runs under the Apache license 2.0, and it has a variety of spam detection techniques that include DNS-based checksums, spam detections. We have blacklists and the online databases. We have the ClamAV antivirus. It's open source. We also have other antivirus, but most of them you have to have a license or something. This one is free, and it comes with support to a combination of 25 different virus signatures that can check. Okay, we also have another server or software daemon that runs called Postgre. This is mostly deployed on the mail server level. What the Postgre does, it applies what we call gray listing. If anyone knows, I'll explain more about gray listing. So what happens, this one we run it on the mail server level, we don't run it on the mail scanner level. So what happens, if you get an email from a domain that have never sent an email, or maybe an account that has never sent an email to you, what Postfix does, this works with Postfix, it's a Postfix mail gateway. So what happens, after you send the email and it's received by the server, it sends back an error message. That's a soft error message, because most of the spam bots in the internet today, they don't use RFC compliance, MTS. So when you look at Postfix, what Postfix does, Postfix, if you send an email to a certain server that's running Postfix as the MTA, if the email is not successful for the first time, Postfix tries to resend the email back again. So what Postgre does, if you send an email the first time, you get a software, the email doesn't go through, just a software. So what happens, most spam botnets don't have the capability of resending the email back to you. So most probably, if you have a machine somewhere sending a lot of spams to you, the spams will be rejected, and the spam bot will not be able to resend the email again back to you. But if it's a legal MTA, RFC compliant, they usually try to resend to do a second request. Another thing that Postgres does, it stores a whitelist database. So if you send an email at the first time, the email is actually, the email header and the email domain where you're sending it from is usually stored on a particular database that's called the whitelist. So the next time you're sending an email to the same domain, you won't get the soft error message again. This is just an illustration. The Postgre stands before between the MTA and the spammer. So what happens, this is just an example. When net@example.com sends an email for the first time, he gets a 450 error code called with maybe written try again later or something else. So what happens if the MTA is RFC compliant, it will try to resend the email back again. For most of the spam bots, they don't use RFC compliant MTA, so they won't try to resend the emails again, and the email is dropped. I will talk about MailWatch. MailWatch is the front end that manages the mail scanners. As I said, you can even have 5 mail scanners, depending on your scalability, on the number of emails that you receive a day. For us, we only have 2 mail scanners for now. We don't filter emails for most of the clients because they haven't taken it up. They prefer doing it at the mail server level. But we have around 30 clients that we're doing mail filtering for them. So MailWatch is a front-end mail scanner that uses PHP and MySQL. So it also has the capability of doing graphing. That's JP graph. This PHP. This is PHP. It is integrated. It has a module integrated to log data to MySQL databases. This, in case you need to query the database and get more statistics. Maybe you can have a graph. You can decide to get statistics on how many spams have you received on a day, or maybe in an hour, or maybe in a week, or in a month, depending on what you want to achieve. Then you have the features. MailWatch, as I said, MailWatch is just a graphical PHP frontend that helps you easier administration of emails. You can be able to view the inbound and output mail queues using the MailWatch. You can also be able to load average and statistics for messages, viruses, and spams. You can also drill down to a message to get the detailed information. Maybe if you're looking for an email has been marked as spam, you might need to know the words or maybe the line that has been detected. You can also generate reports which are customizable for filters and also integrates multiple mail scanners. These are some of the configuration options that are done at the mail scanner level. What happens? A mail scanner contains various daemons that run concurrently. We have the mail scanner, we have the CAM-AV antivirus, and we have the spam assassin. So what happens, instead of doing configuration on each of the daemon, mail scanner takes it up, and you only do the configuration at the mail scanner level. So these are some of the configuration options that we can do. We have the system settings. Here you define your incoming queues, the outgoing queues. You can also define the quarantine DIR. Incoming queues is a queue whereby when the mail filter received emails, these are where the mails are stored before quarantine and everything. The outgoing queue is where the mails are stored after they have been scanned for viruses and for spam. We have the quarantine DIR. That's where if a mail is detected to be a spam or maybe to have viruses, that's where they are stored first. They are not related to your domain. We also, okay, this is where you also define the MTA. We have various MTAs. You can use Exim. We have postfix. So this is the parameter where you set up the postfix, or rather the MTA that you're using. You also have the virus scanning and vulnerability testing. This is where you enable virus scanning. If you don't enable these options, all the emails will just pass through without being scanned. We also have mail archiving and monitoring. What happens? A mail scanner can also be used to back up emails. You can maybe have a directory where you want to back up all the emails. So if maybe one of your clients loses some of the emails, maybe you can provide a backup folder for him. But most probably you need to liaise with the client because most people maybe would not want their mails to be backed up at this level for maybe security purposes. You can also set up notices for system administrators, email alerts. You can say that if you receive a spam from this domain, kindly alert me, and you can set up an email alert. And you can also define the alert formats. You can maybe say, I want to get the message header only, I want to get the body, or maybe you can convert the email to a HTML format and send it to me. You can also have definitions of virus scanners and spam detectors. This way you define the path to the blacklist databases. You also have spam assassin. This way we enable spam assassin. As I say, if you don't enable the diamonds, they won't be running. You'll only be passing emails with spam or maybe viruses. So you have to enable. Spam assassin also has an option called auto whitelist. What happens? Sometimes an email may be captured to be spam and put in the quarantine directory, but on the real sense, maybe that was a legit email. So what you do, MailWatch provides the interface where you have all the mails that are listed as spam. So what you need to do, you can go enable. You just say send this email to them, or relay this email. This is not a spam. So once you relay that email, the words that had been captured before to be spam, they are automatically auto whitelisted. So you don't need to go to the database and add the word to the whitelist database, or add the domain to the whitelist databases. Okay, you can also define what to do with the spam. These are the spam actions. You can define that when I receive this email, if an email is listed as a spam, you can either decide to forward it the same way as a spam. You can decide to store the email for maybe later analysis. You can maybe set the bounce option. What the bounce option does is that if the email is seen as what happens if you get a bounce message, this way you send an email and it's seen as a spam. So the sender or the origin will get back a bounce message that his email was not successful. You can also decide to forward the email to a specific email, other email, maybe for analysis. You can also set system login. But most of the times we are not advised to set up the login, because if you set up the login for all these, the spam assassin, the ClamMV and the mail scanner, you're definitely going to get a lot of logs which are going to fill up your system. So it's always advisable to set up this when you're doing debugging, for debugging purposes only. Okay. I think I'm done. I think my presentation was more the technical level of what we have been doing. So, as I have said, the system is implemented on FreeBSD 9.1, runs on a virtual environment. It's very efficient. So if any one of you would like to set up such a system, maybe you can see me after this. I can tell you I can guide you on how you can go about it. And we can also talk more about spamming. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Make a round of applause for him. We can do better than that. That's a line. Thank you. We will have Frank Ackerman, and then we will have a Q&A session after that. So, Frank, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming. Thank you for spoiling me with your African hospitality again. Bart, thank you for your nice introduction. Besides being a public policy co-chair with Mark since February 2011, I'm also an attorney and a freelance consultant based in Germany, Bonn, but most of the time I'm traveling, so don't bother. Today my task is to give you a quick overview, kind of a checklist on what you don't have to neglect when it comes to dealing with bulk mails and with bulk mailers, and also what to consider as a network operator when dealing with those senders. Maybe Kevin can forward this, yeah. So some of the things might a little bit overlap with what you've already heard, but for the sake of completeness, I also inserted this into the slides so you can look them up later on, and you can take these slides as a checklist. And you can, of course, add to it, because it will never be complete, but these are the basic things you actually have to regard. I'll walk you quickly through. First of all, take a look at who's your friend or who's your foe, and put together some of the technical measures that need to be considered when setting up a mail server. Then I put together a checklist, what you have to obey if you are getting married with a sender, a kind of prenup checklist when you're really getting into contractual relationships with a sender, for example, setting up a whitelist. Also, there are a lot of other supporting measures, such as getting involved with the international networks, sharing best current practices, and then we will try to conclude a little bit, and then I'm happy to try to reply to your questions. So, friend or foe? First question you might want to ask yourself, not so much as a network operator, maybe rather as someone who tries to mitigate spam via legal measures, is what is spam in your country? Is it just the illegal list broking, which means people have collected email addresses by lots, sweepstakes, or other legal means, and they're communicating these lists to third parties and selling them without the consent of the data subjects? Is that a lack of legal awareness among the senders, or even among network operators, or even among users who are complaining about emails that are actually not spam? Or is it malware, which is a rising complaint? And in Europe, for example, and I think worldwide, most of the unsolicited emails that are being sent are originating from bots and from malware and from machines interconnected via malicious software. The numbers I heard, 40% illegal email, 60% legal mail, they are not only true, but it is even higher when you're looking at Germany, for example. And it is also very interesting to see that there is only South Africa currently that has legislation regarding illegal emails. We will see in the course of the presentation that probably you need so much the regulator to help you, rather than finding out what helps yourself and then ask the regulator to make legal what you figure out is very effective. So bulk email is the topic, and bulk email doesn't necessarily mean spam. Bulk email is just a huge amount of emails, and the more people are using the internet, the more inevitable it will be to send out one text of an email to many people. The thing behind bulk email is that if you are delivering email that is unsolicited, it will fall back on you and people will criticize you for delivering spam. If you do not do this, if you filter out actually legal mail, you have false positives and people walk away from you because you have too many false positives. So you have to see to find a solution. So to begin with the technical measures, and my battery just gave up here, so I have to try and read some bullet points from the screen. We heard about the standard policy framework, which is basically there for making sure that the one entity using a certain domain is actually entitled to use this domain, that the one who's behind this domain is the one he seems to be. Then DKIM is rather for encoding emails as a whole, including the domain, and to make sure that the entity behind a domain name, for example, Microsoft.com or PayPal.com, takes credits for sending this email, and also that the content of the email, which is also part of the codification process, the encryption process, has not been changed in the course of delivery to the recipient. A technique which combines SPF and DKIM is DMARC, increasingly used around the globe, particularly in the United States. People are trying to advocate this, to use this in Europe. It has it had some drawbacks, and there are always some shortfalls. Last month there was a huge email provider, US-based, that has paused by further restricting the policies of DMARC, list unsubscribed from third-party domains. But don't worry about that. You can ask questions whenever you like, particularly after the talk, to get into the details. In principle, it is a good and recommended thing to do. What you need to do is to publish the SPF records, the DKIM records, and the so-called RR records for DMARC, which is basically the first thing to do. What you have to keep in mind is, of course, that you can actually use these techniques only for the senders that are actually publishing this kind of information. So you have to accept it, and if you are publishing it yourself, you prevent that other people are using your domain for spamming. So this is the other difference, friend or foe. There's inbound and outbound spamming. Your own clients could use this for pretending to be you. There are big email providers in Germany, for example, that are allegedly sending out invoices, and when people are opening the attachment, they have caught a virus. So making sure that via DMARC, for example, that they are really the senders, the actual senders, is a quite important thing also for your own reputation. You want to limit the use of port 25 by end users, and open it probably only then up by in special cases. In case-to-case basis, you can open up port 25 for sending email. Blocking email attachments and specific extensions is also a thing that is quite clear, and you can find out via databases and software, antivirus software, which are the extensions and attachments that are dangerous. Of course, you also need to actively monitor both the inbound and the outbound email traffic, and to watch every unusual network activity and respond appropriately to the source of such activity. Probably you want also to limit the amount of emails that can be sent within a certain amount of time. And bulk emailers, for example, know that, and this is why they will often call you and come to you and ask you to open up your email channels, but I'll get to this later. So your security policies and the procedures you want to communicate to your subscribers. Full transparency about everything you're doing there. Non-delivery notices should not be sent, should only be sent to legitimate emails. The non-legitimate emails, of course, should not trigger this mechanism, because you will spam other people, because they will have forged headers that will, with a return path to a third party that has nothing to do with this process. Yourself, you will probably have seen the phenomenon that your inbox is full of failed delivery messages from mailer demons, and this is the result of such a configuration. Also, people allegedly will see that an email address is not existing, and will check for availability of such an address. The processes to allow compromised network elements to be managed and eliminated as sources of spam need to be consistently maintained and to be established in the first place. You can see the next slide. One of those measures would be, for example, a walled garden. You can put your outbound spammers into. This has been a measure which is quite radical. It rather applies to people who are spamming because their machines are infected with malware. Some companies in Europe, particularly in Germany, are doing this, and one might think that this is repelling clients, and people are reacting sourly on this, but the opposite seems to be the case, because many of those providers Rather mid-sized or smaller providers have good experience with that. People are applauding these measures actually, that you put other people who are endangering network security into a walled garden. If you are planning to do this, you need to have a concise entry and exit criteria. For example, you need to clearly notify the customer when they have been put into a walled garden. Explain them why this can happen or could have happened concretely or generally, and recommend the kind of remediation you want to take. Running away from the camera. Then talking about remediation, the remediation procedure needs to be very convenient, so best would be by the click of a link, and people are led to a certain website where they can download software. This has to be set up only once, and this can also be used by a number of network operators, so this doesn't have to be necessarily put up by just one network operator. So if people put their heads together, this might be a thing that could be a joint project. Either free or a fee-based remediation tools can then be offered via this website, and recognizable information that legitimates the experience as an official ISP. Notice in a remediation process should be presented. And some examples of this information could include data like an account number or secret question answer. So third parties are not able to actually use this. Okay, go very quickly through the rest of the walled garden. Contact information, everything needs to be inside. You take this as a checklist. Again, the focus is on the education of the end user, because success will be when the end user realizes that they have neglected the security and the cleanliness of their machines, and they do not want to run again into such a situation, and will in the future be more careful. So it's also sanctionizing in some way the behavior of the user. Next slide, please. Establishing appropriate intercompany processes to react to other network operators. Incident reports is very important, as well as reporting abuse in a standardized format to other networks. Next slide, please. One of those standardized by the messaging malware and mobile anti-abuse working group recommended formats would be the abuse feedback report format. These ARF reports, they should be received unfiltered, and to the extent of their capabilities, everyone should actually report the incident to the source and everybody affected by a spam mail, for example. A spam mail can carry malware. A spam mail can link to sources on a website, which can cause drive-by downloads, for example. And the ARF report handle should be published inside the WHOIS record. And if you have anything else than just email that should be reported, you can use the XARF format, which is compatible to the ARF. It's just an extended ARF format. And you can parse this. Next slide, please. So an ARF report, for example, can be triggered when a customer clicks spam inside the inbox. And this doesn't necessarily mean that this is spam, just the customer feels that this is spam, but you will treat it appropriately, and people will see inside the ARF report that it has been triggered by a customer. ARF is unsuitable for reporting copyright infringement and so forth, and flocks of IPs. But if you send it to the responsible parties using their feedback loops, those parties will be in the position to react appropriately immediately. When you receive an ARF report, you want to keep the ARF reports separately from all the other abuse reports, so you can parse them appropriately. And also, Afrinic has published a document regarding the reporting. I have included the link here, so afterwards you can maybe look this up. Next slide, please. So all domain names and DNS records and the applicable IP address registration should be correct, of course, and complete, including points of contacts and role accounts for those responsible for resolving abuse issues. This should also include, of course, the postal address, the phone number, and the email address. This is the law in most European countries, but if you can manage this here, you can also manage this through attorneys, for example. If you don't want to have any personal information in the US record, then such a clearinghouse would be very helpful. And also you want to ensure that your public routable and internet visible IP addresses have appropriate and up-to-date forward and reverse DNS records and WHOIS entries. Particularly, you don't want to have any local area network providers who are using public IP space and interfering locally with what has been publicly allocated. Right. Next slide, please. So what you should not do, which is sometimes an advice you can get, is that you are validating SMTP emails, the email address validation, for the simple reason that usually when you're sending, I'm running out of time, but when you're sending the email, your email server will say hello, and the other will say yes, hello, and yours will again say, I want to send an email. I'll send it, go ahead. And yeah, the email is coming from this and that person. Okay, says the other one, and it's going there and there. Okay, go ahead. So it's going there and there is the point where the email address validation will set in, and it will only try to trigger this part of the process. So by ticking and tickling someone else's mail server, it might make you look like a spammer, because spammers are exactly doing this to find out if a email address is legitimate and is valid. Also, it's not working with catch-all accounts because they're just forwarding everything to a certain other account, and it might get you blacklisted because most of the ISPs are sharing SMTP protocols, and if you turn up in many ISPs SMTP protocols, you will get on a blacklist where you cannot get off that easily. And also your own ISP might block you because most ISPs prohibit the direct MX contact in the meantime. So just don't do that. If, however, a sender comes to you and says, well, I have 2.5 million emails to send, and I need to have this sorted out from you. It's all legitimate, and I don't want these very expensive email addresses not to receive my emails. Then the first proposal would be, well, send me an email and we will see what we can do. And you will switch off all your unlimiters, and you will probably try to whitelist this sender. So here are some of the points you shouldn't neglect when you want to whitelist the sender. There needs to be an explicit definition of the technical requirements for the admitted messages. Also, the legal requirements for the messages should be included, and the law is here only the bottom line, because you can actually agree on anything. If you have a contractual agreement with the sender, you can be stricter than the law. And as I heard, most of the countries in Africa, they don't have a law. Maybe there is some legislation about it, maybe there is some jurisprudence about this, about sending emails, but no particular law. You can still figure out what you want the sender to do. If it's opt-in or opt-out or whatever. In any case, the sending of emails that contain deceptive or forged headers should be prohibited. They should be compliant with the RSCs, particularly 822 and 2822. And the bulk mailer should give you the contact details of an authorized contact person. Many times these persons claim not to be authorized to do anything, and you have to have emergency procedures in place, so when on a Saturday, for example, or on a Sunday morning, 2.5 million emails are going through your servers, you don't want to be blacklisted because you can't do anything. So you need to be able to pull the plug on these people without any consequences for you. Next slide, please. So pulling the plug would be one of the sanctions, but you can also have monetary sanctions, you can name and shame them, you can do many things to a sender, sanctionizing such non-contractual behavior, then behavior breaching the contract. Then, of course, talking about sanctions, you need to have a non-liability clause for you as a network operator. And the non-liability clause also has to apply for those senders who are contracting others. For example, if a big sender is using your servers and this sender is getting their mails from a third party, the contract between the third party and the sender needs to contain a non-liability clause if you pull the plug. And all the outgoing servers should be listed, all relevant outgoing servers, which means that servers that are only used by private entities or are used in other legal environments, opt-out, opt-in, whatever it is, should be listed, should be named, but they shouldn't be part of the whitelist, of course. And the sender also needs to have exclusive technical control of the sender, so they can say, I can't do anything. It's in Myanmar or wherever, and it's not my server, or I just rented it out, I co-located it. Yeah, and the servers, as I said, should be used exclusively for the bulk mail. The number of the admitted hard balances must be specified, because again, you yourself, you will be the victim and being blacklisted if you have too many hard balances. The HELO entry in the DNS should be linked to the mail server's fully qualified domain name. This is actually best practice BCP for SFP. The records for SFP, DKIM, and the RR record for DMARC should be published appropriately and correctly. And also the list ID headers for identification should be included, because list ID is good, for example, for list unsubscribed. It enables servers to use many additional features. So I missed the last point now, but and yeah, there might be an X referral header which includes feedback information to your abuse team or whatever, so you can see who actually was found by the users. Or by hotlines, because not only in Europe but globally there are a lot of hotlines operating where users can turn to and can say, well, I have a problem with content, or I have received spam mail, and those hotlines are reviewing and pre-assessing the validity of the complaint and will turn to you, to your abuse team. So you will give hotlines, probably you will want to give hotlines more priority when reports from hotlines are coming in, and not make them part of the threshold you are applying to other simple abuse reports. The central whitelist, ECO in Germany, the Internet Service Provider Association, operates one, prevents that senders are constantly calling ISPs, because as a sender you have to call maybe 10, 20 big ISPs if you're sending to one country, for example. In order to prevent that, you can have a central whitelist where people are contractually obliged to adhere to certain criteria, and if they don't, again, we are there with the sanctions and contractual fines and so forth. The sender pays an amount of between 300 and 900 euro. This is the exact case there, the CSA. You can set this up anywhere. You can set this up in other countries, and this will be the case, I have the feeling. Soon the more countries are adhering to the opt-in regime. Reputation and feedback loop services, we have a lot. There are standard feedback loop services and reputation services all ISPs are using across Europe at least, which is Spamhaus and Serval. Everyone has subscribed to those, but there are also blacklisting services like SORBs that make you pay money if you want to get off the list. Serval, for example, is just parsing the emails for links to websites that are commonly being used for spamming. So this is another approach. But if you have questions and if you drop me an email later, of course there's much more information. So to conclude, bulk email as such is not evil. Bulk email is just necessary in many cases, also when it comes to governments or administrations sending out emails to the people. It is no rocket science to cope with them, and if you use a standard set of rules and some of the services and tools that are available, if you put your heads together with the ISP community and communicate well with the sender community, there are many solutions for your concrete issues you can find. Traveling to different networks and network events, I have met a lot of people who have solutions that are very attractive and oftentimes free of charge. For example, to name just the one from the University of Potsdam, who have created a tool they have submitted free of charge to some of the German ISPs, which can predict a spam wave just by monitoring network traffic for a day or two, and then they can predict the next spam wave, so you know as a network operator what you will have to deal with. Also your regulator might be happy to help, not only causing you problems, but also solving them, because oftentimes it is the regulator that is triggered by political needs and wants to do something because they heard it might be important and popular, but they don't really know what to do. So the more you keep in touch with them, the more you can help those regulators once they are very eager to pass regulation that they do it right. So stick together, network, and don't do this only in your own country, do this across the continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I think we'll have 10 minutes for Q&A, and it's very interesting that we are having this discussion at this time. Allow me to say that whereas spam continues to be a significant problem for internet users and operators, it is indeed a business opportunity for others. And I say this because I come from Kenya and I see people complaining about their airtime disappearing. Most internet users access the internet through their mobile phones. So you have companies that have come up and they are selling these ringtones. I don't know how you call them in your country, but they have a way of subscribing you without your knowledge, or finding some clandestine means of subscribing people, and then all of a sudden you realize that a bit of your airtime is pinched off every day. So it's a big business opportunity. And well, as we move as we take up internet fully as a continent, we are going to see more and more of problems of this kind. So I open up the session to any questions or comments to our presenters here. And let's be quick. I'll start with Douglas.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all our speakers for the presentations. I want to start by just pointing out that it looks obvious from the presentations and from other sources of information available that a considerable amount of work has been done by the technical community in trying to combat spam. I'm aware that many operators at the moment, email service providers, will be using one of the many techniques to get spam down, whether it's SPF, debug, or PTR, or many of the other solutions. My question is, with all of the efforts that the technical community has put in place, and maybe the not so significant one coming from the regulatory side, we still have 60% of email traffic being spammed. The question is it possible that the disconnect between the two arms, that's the technical community and probably the governments, intergovernmental bodies, may be something that we should be pushing a little bit harder? I would like to, in line with this, also understand if there is any work that is being done in trying to harmonize this, because I'm aware that the ITU, the AU, and several other bodies also are doing some work in trying to get spam down. But the point is, maybe these silos always exist between them and the technical community, and I think it's important to harmonize them if we're going to ever see a solution to spam. Thank you.
Thank you, Douglas. Any other question from the floor? Okay. Is it a question?
Actually, it's a comment and response. I work with the Internet Society Spam Project, and we are collaborating now with the IT development sector.
Closer to the mic, please.
It was on, you just weren't digging into it.
Okay. I hate microphones, sorry. And we are starting to work together because we have noticed the gap as well, that the technical community is doing a lot of work, but it's the policymakers who are not aware of the work that is being accomplished, nor how they can actually help you do your job better to mitigate spam and to lessen the impact. So trying to bring all parties together, because I think in that approach, everyone will have the tools that is needed to actually bring it down from 60%, hopefully, to something very small in the future.
And take a question from Mark before the panelists react.
Mark Elkins here, who runs an ISP in South Africa. From the presentation on Kenya, to me you seem to confuse what I would call a grey list versus a white list. And do you actually support whitelisting? In other words, you actually have a list of perhaps all the good people that one is aware of within Kenya. So no grey listing actually happens at all. The grey listing system simply passes it straight on. That was one point. And then the other point, do you have figures? How many people, how many customers do you have using that system? And then if you're looking at grey listing where you're actually delaying an email for 10, 15 minutes or something before it can retry, what percentage or what number of mails then make it the second time around? In other words, how effective is grey listing? How much does it actually chop out percentage-wise?
Thank you. We'll have response from front, and then
yeah, thank you. That was to the first question, or to the first comment. Another comment, that's very true. Sometimes there is a disconnect, as I pointed out in my presentation. Sometimes the one side doesn't really know what the other side is up to, and that's why it's very important to, at a very early stage, determine what is going to happen. And for the last 10 years, that was my task, to be in between Brussels, Berlin, and the technical community to find out what is going on the legislator side, on the regulator side, and how to react from the technical community. Also to keep a constant ear inside the technical community to help with best current practices, or to be informed thoroughly on what is going on there in order to appropriately comment on regulators' plans. This is very important because most of the times parliamentarians do not really have the time to get very deeply into the matter, and it needs people who are, from a not so political standpoint, explain that things have already been addressed and are not such a big problem as they might think, or that there might be some other legislation that could help further this best current practice, this best practice behavior, rather than doing something completely new from scratch. So it's right, and talking helps.
Martin?
Okay. Okay, that's a good question. Okay, as what I said about grey listing is that we usually don't implement it on the mail scanner level. We usually let other people who are scanning emails through our mail filters to do it at the server level. Yeah, that's what we actually do when it comes to grey listing. In terms of the whitelist databases, okay, we do support the global whitelist that is there, but also we also let clients on their side to also add whitelisting. add content the audience as they would want to do. Is that okay?
Okay.
Yeah, just a comment. When I was in an ISP, when we activated the grey listing, so just to answer Mark, at that time I saw a percentage drop in spam of about 60% when activated grey listing. Now, in terms of the number of mails that, because the way grey listing works is you're telling the server, please wait before, I would accept your mail now, if you're reading the server will come back. I would gauge that by the number of complaints, and we didn't receive any complaint from anyone who said, I didn't receive the email. So if it did come from a valid email server, I think the grey listing was working, and the valid email server still came in and sent the email and was answered.
Okay, do we have any other question from the floor? I think if there is no other question, I have one. Whose responsibility is it to create the legal awareness? I think you talked about that in your presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Gard. Again, good question. I talked about the possible lack of legal awareness. Is this working here? Yeah. And I think it's everyone's task to do that. I mean, in the first place, it's of course the government's task to create legal awareness. When it comes to legal awareness, you of course have to have clear legal rules. If you don't have rules, and if you have just jurisdiction, you need to disseminate the results of this jurisdiction and address it to the senders, of course. And if the ISPs have a vital interest in senders adhering to this jurisdiction, they should do it. Everybody who actually has an interest that somebody else sticks to legal requirements should help and put them together and not necessarily drive them forward. But if something is existing, the information can be done by anyone, particularly by groups I talked about, like the anti-phishing working group or the message mobile malware anti-abuse working group. They are already putting these things together, but they have a strong focus on the United States. They are, however, growing into other regions of the world, but that doesn't mean that ISPs from a certain region cannot really put their heads together and put together such a document and disseminate this, not only via the websites, but also in paper form or whatever. Because the awareness raising is a very important point in mitigating any kind of unwanted content or even service.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to our panelists. The session is over. The slides will be available, and I'm informed that a spam webinar will be planned later on to discuss this. Remember, when we started, I mentioned that only one country has legislation in place to handle spam issues, and that is South Africa, out of the whole continent. So clearly, there is need for a lot of work to be done in this area, and there is need for education and sensitization to be done insofar as this issue is concerned. So with that, I come to the end of this session. Thank you for participating.
now brings us to our second Internet Society session for today, which is ION Djibouti. I've got a quick agenda right here that reflects the updated times. So we're going to have quite a few speakers. We're going to go at a fairly fast pace through this today. And we'll end up finishing right about 7 p.m. And there'll be buses then to take us back over to Djibouti. First, I want to thank everyone for being here, both at the Africa Internet Summit and then, of course, here today in the room with us for the Internet Society ION. And before we start the actual ION and get into the content, technical content, I want to tell you a little bit about why we're here, what an ION is, and what the Deploy 360 program is all about. So, there's 4 of us on the deployment and operationalization team at the Internet Society. Myself, Dan York, Megan Cruz, and Jan Zors are all sitting over here on the side there, running the live stream and the social media stream, so I won't make them stand up today. But we're always available to talk, so please do find us and bend our ear on any topics that you find interesting here. One of the things that this team does, the Deployment and Operationalization team, our flagship project really, is the Deploy 360 project. And it's really trying to meet the challenge of getting IETF protocols deployed and operationalized on the internet. So what we're really trying to do is bring hands-on practical information from the folks who deploy these technologies first. So things like IPv6, DNSSEC, routing security topics, and more every few months we roll out a new topic as we see fit. And really what we're trying to do is again, get those folks who have deployed these technologies in the room here, as we're doing today, with the folks who need to deploy the technologies, folks who want to deploy the technologies. We do that in a few ways. So kind of 4 big pieces of how we're trying to solve this challenge. One, and kind of the main heart and soul of the Deploy 360 project is the web portal, which is really an online knowledge repository. It's where we keep all of the written and audio and visual content that we've either curated or created to help spread the word and spread the information. We also then engage through social media to try and, again, to give a feedback loop. Social media is really good because we can put out content, but we can also get information and content back, right? It's able to have a two-way communication there, so we like it a lot. Speaking engagements, where we go out and speak at other folks' events, and then also the ION conferences, which is where you are today. We start a little bit by looking at the web portal. Again, right now our topics are IPv6, DNSSEC, TLS for applications, and securing BGP. And within that, we have content that's built specifically for network operators, developers, content providers, consumer electronics manufacturers, enterprise customers. We also have a new section on IXPs, and we're looking into moving some content out specific for regulators and policymakers as well. There's also blog posts, so you can keep up to date on the latest. So there's the information that's there that's really the hands-on practical use cases for teaching you how to deploy these technologies and giving you assistance in deploying them. And then also blog posts on events and news and happenings that are going on. And of course, social media integration as well. In the basic layout of the site, as I said, there's resources, which is where kind of the meat is, the content that really showcases that practical information we've collected from the first adopters. And then there's also the blog, and then of course ION conferences are the third component of how this all works. And all the information, all the archived presentations, the videos, all of that from all of our past IONs, and then including this one, is up on the website there. As far as social media, we try to be everywhere we can. So we have accounts on Twitter, Facebook, Google+, YouTube. We also have slides up on SlideShare, and there's an RSS feed. You can kind of bring in all of our content all at once. And again, one of the big things there is engagement, right? The reason we have these accounts is so that you can talk back to us and we can have a communication, have an actual discussion. So we really encourage that. Please do let us know what we can do to help and how we can change things to make your life easier. The ION conferences are scheduled about 3 or 4 each year. We try to co-locate with a diverse set of events. So we never have them stand alone. They're always alongside something else, like with the Africa Internet Summit this week. That allows us to get engagement from different audiences, right? We really want to talk to as many different people as we can across many different industries and different segments of those industries. We've had events in all over the world, really. And again, as I said, all of them are archived on the website there at deploy360/ion. The content roadmaps, this is what I was talking about with those different audiences, right? So we have sections that are built out for specific types of folks. So whether you're an enterprise or a service provider, there's information there that should be specifically tailored to the things that you actually need to know, so it'll be relevant to you if you're going through the roadmaps. There's also a list of requirements there, so content that's not yet created that we want to have created. So if you are an expert in one of these things or have done one of these things, if you've deployed IPv6 on your network or DNSSEC or built an application with TLS, any of these things, we'd like to get that information, those use cases, those studies from you. We can have videos, documents, all kinds of things. But we have lists of things that are specifically relevant that we think are needed to be added. Our next steps are, of course, adding more content, right? We're always looking to build out and make the content that's there more full and more complete. So if there's something missing, we'd like to hear from you. And our job is to fill it out. Also features, right? So if there's other ways we can present the information, if videos are better or audio is better, or white papers versus slide decks, those are the kind of things that we want to increase the features, increase the functionality as much as we can, based on your feedback. We're also going to start doing translation and posting the content up in more languages, and of course we're always increasing the blogging and social media and kind of like I said, that communication and keeping that conversation open and flowing. But none of this works without your participation. So we need you to go to the site, visit, explore, poke around, take a look at the content that's there, take a look at the blog posts, and then please, if there's something that's missing, let us know. Or if there's something you can help to create, or if you've already written the document perhaps, that may you'd like to be highlighted in the Deploy360 work, please do let us know. Deploy360@isoc.org is the email address, and of course also there's all the social media channels as well. So with that, I think I'd like to just moving along here, and we'll jump into our first speaker. Let me pull up this. Sorry about that. I should have moved my screen around. Well, this is Mark Elkins, if you'd like to join us on stage here from Opposing Systems. Mark's going to talk about the business case for implementing DNSSEC as soon as I find this slide.
I'll do it like this. Good afternoon, everybody. I've been asked to give a business case for DNSSEC, and the thought behind the talk was, what does DNSSEC obviously give the business? So DNSSEC itself obviously helps prevent attacks from people subverting and modifying DNS information, DNS messages sent across the internet. Sending users potentially to wrong and potentially malicious sites. So what needs to be done for DNSSEC then to be deployed on a large scale? So I'll be going into and discussing the business reasons for, perhaps some of the financial reasons for implementing of DNSSEC, and seeing how we can stay ahead of that technical curve, etc. How do I move slides on?
I'm doing it.
Oh, you're doing it, okay. I have notes up here, so I'm also having a look at my notes. how do we get this sort of DNSSEC to sort of work for us without doing too much work? And this is what this slide is about. So basically, in order to do validation of data, to get data to be validated, we simply, if running bind, add a single stanza into the named.conf file, which looks something or begins something like that. And one of the keywords there is that bit that says managed keys, with an initial key and the full length of the initial key. The magic behind that is the magic key part, because once we've done that, and we've done that once, forever and a day after that, technically what should be happening is when someone does something strange to the root name server and does a key rollover, we will automatically, or our software will automatically be managed, and therefore everything running off this particular name server, this recursive name server that we're using, will automatically be doing DNS lookups with DNSSEC itself. But of course, bind and DNS and all the rest of it is somewhat hidden from the user. So if we go to the next slide, one of the cool things that we can look at doing is expanding what our web browser can do and see. And there's a lovely application from the Czech Republic, which in the same way that you have little keys and tags to show what's happening with security on your on the website as far as SSL certificates go, it also gives you little green keys and red keys when things are good and when things are not good. Unfortunately, most of the stuff that one sees nowadays is the grey key because it's simply not signed. And this bypasses some of the DNS that your laptop or your PC does, in that it goes off and finds out whether perhaps your browser can't get to content, and then if you look, you'll find perhaps the key's gone red, and that's because someone's broken a signature normally. So there is visual software out there that helps you see what's going on with DNSSEC. We go to the next slide. And so what is DNSSEC doing? What's really happening? Well, when we type in a name on our browser, then what's really happening is we're typing a name and we're getting back an answer. And in this case, it's an IPv6 address, because we're going to be talking about IPv6 just now. Point being, it's a trusted reply. So DNSSEC, what it's doing, it's tying the answer to the question effectively and guaranteeing that the answer is correct. And that's kind of cool, because believe it or not, a person working in this environment here could change the answer that is returned back from a DNS server in something like 2 days maximum. That's today. It only takes about 2 days or a weekend to inject spoof data into a name server. And that's with all the current technology. That's why DNSSEC is actually, it's necessary. So what other sorts of trusted replies can we get back from the DNS system? Well, one of the very cool things that you can get back is something called TLSA record. There is software out there, thanks Dan by the way. I found the Hashslinger software and it works just fine. Basically, you give this piece of software the name of your web browser, of the website that you're going to, that you want to be secured, and it comes back with a fingerprint. You put that fingerprint into your DNS, and then anyone that's using TLS-based software can pick up the fingerprint, and they can see particular things about your website, which I'll come back to in a minute. So, why are we doing this? Well, one of the big reasons perhaps is phishing. So phishing really is that art of deception. It's when you find that you're not going to the place that you think you're looking for, which obviously is against the whole mission of what we're trying to do. What we're trying to do is, what we would like to do is be one with our computer. We would obviously throw out all our Windows machines, and so we don't get any viruses or anything else like that. And whatever we ask it, it will always tell us the truth. That's what we really want. Anyway, if we move on. So, why did I talk about the TLSA certificate? Well, everyone knows that if you go to a secure website, you get a little green icon or something and a padlock. And we're all very, very happy with that. And whenever we see, we've been taught that when we see a green padlock, we can trust, absolute trust. Well, you see, there's a problem. Because there are something like over 100 certificate authorities where you can get a valid certificate from. And if you have over 100 people that you can ask, you will probably find that there's one or two people, bad eggs, where you can fool them. And a bad person can get a certificate for a name that doesn't belong to him, really. So I use Start SSL, but for most of my websites. And I use that because they validate me, then I can basically get certificates for as many websites as I want that I own. But how would you know that? And that is where this whole tie-in back to that TLS certificate comes from. If I flip back 2 slides, then basically what's happening is amongst that fingerprint, what that fingerprint is actually this is a fingerprint of my whole certificate. But what this fingerprint can also be is a fingerprint of the guy who issued me the certificate. In other words, if I'm only going to work with Start SSL and I have a web certificate from him, what this TLS can do is prove that my certificate, or you go to a site that claims to be me, and it can check that that certificate really does come from the certificate authority that I use. That's the point behind it. In other words, what TLSA does, and it could be the killer app perhaps for DNSSEC, is it's proving that my SSL certificate information is in fact correct, and we're not spoofing who the person really, not spoofing who else I'm looking at. If we go forward. So there's actually software out there that will literally take us through these multiple steps. So if we start with DNSSEC, if we have a secure TLSA certificate that we've created for our website, that TLSA signature covers the SSL certificate. And then we have all our fancy little icons, pad keys, etc. And basically we're there. The only problem now is, did we really type in the name correctly when we went to that particular website? And if we look forward, look at this next slide. For example, when I go to StartCom, it already has been using, or it already has a certificate, it already knows about me, and it's already at some point in the past uploaded my X509 certificate to my laptop. So when my laptop goes to StartCom, although at the moment this has got nothing to do with DNSSEC, what it does do is it authenticates me. And that means there's no passwords or anything else that I might be fooled into passing. So now there's total authentication between the two systems. I'm not precisely sure how this is going to fit into DNSSEC, but I believe this will help the validation of users with DNSSEC. If we look on to other deployment challenges, we have 2. So how difficult is it to generate this DNSSEC? And once we've got this DNSSEC working, what else do we need to do? Which is an interaction with parents. For the first, I've been running DNSSEC now for 4 or 5 years. my advantage is I also teach the stuff. So this means that I have been playing around with it and doing all sorts of wonderful things. At the end of the day, nowadays, I reckon that you can deploy DNSSEC with 3 commands, literally. 3 command lines. The first 2 are to generate a key, or 2 different keys, and the third one is to simply sign the zone. If you wanted to do something a little bit more interesting, then you might have to continue doing the third part every now and again, but literally, this is how simple it is to do DNSSEC. Run it into a script. Well, I've got there's a line there pointing to a script on the POSIX Africa website. Go to the next. So that example was for a domain called web.za. And by running that command, it generates a web.za.signed file, which is the signed data. It also creates some other bits that you need to take care of. Because you need when we talk about DNSSEC, we talk about a chain of trust. But it's easy to use the signed signature. And in reality, what one would probably do is have a little cron script that moves, that every now and again moves web.za.sign back to web.za and then runs the signer again and does that once a week or something. You could literally sign a domain once in your life and just allow that little script to continue forever and a day. That's assuming that your key will never be broken. But when you look at how people use things like SSL certificates, that is often, the CA certificates, they're not changing anyway, so a signed domain is probably a lot more useful than an unsigned domain. But in reality, we'll probably use some fancy software to look after this. So like I said, the web.za, when it's signed, it also creates these things called DS records. It's a fingerprint record, and we actually need to get that into the parent zone, whoever runs ZA in this particular case. And there's a number of methods of doing this. Encrypted email, which is how I talk to Tanzania and Namibia to pass up new keys. If we look at things like, if you're running a CCTLD, you use a web interface. If you're updating on Afrinic, yes, with Afrinic, you can sign your reverse DNS as well, so you use a web front end from that. But the way that most people will actually do this at the end of the day is via EPP. The extensible provisioning protocol that a lot of registries are using should support the EPP extension from DNSSEC. And that's kind of cool, because if you've got a script that runs everything automatically on your side, and that's working, and then the only thing outside of that script is talking to the parent, this queues the parent part, which means, well, like I said, I run an ISP. I allow my clients to flip a switch, and what that means when that switch has been flipped is their domain is then signed, and myself as the ISP make sure that's continuously signed. And this EPP interface, what that means is the parent knows about it. So everything is done automatically. The cost, the business cost to the user is 0. And if I can give a secure domain name to my customers and my competitor doesn't, as long as I can sell this concept nicely, then I'm offering something that my customer is not. That my competition is not. Therefore, I can either perhaps charge a little bit more, or probably charge a little bit less and take a lot more customers. So what happens then for the majority of, unfortunately for Africa now, if you can't or your upstream, your parent, or your CCTL doesn't do DNSSEC, are you stuck? Well, no, you're not. As an experiment, as an interim solution, ISC have a DLV, a domain name validation look-aside system. So you can actually take your DS records via a secure web interface and plonk them in on the website. But this means that you can experiment now with DNSSEC. It's one of those things that you can't just pick up and switch on. It's one of those things that takes a bit of time. So there is a cost in time and in education. But once you've got that, you then have something that perhaps, hopefully, your competitors don't have. And then when you look at that signature that I created with the Dane stuff, that, believe it or not, allows you to completely circumvent having to buy an SSL certificate from someone else. Now, this is not the real reason why we do it, but maybe this isn't such a bad reason. This allows us to do a self-signed certificate and prove that it is indeed correct. So therefore, we don't need to give money to someone else, another CA or someone, to do that. But my advice on that is, if you find someone like, I don't work for them or have shares or anything, but if you look at the people that I'm using, Start SSL, like I said, they validate the person, and then you can have as many websites that you want, that you are an administrator for, and you can provide then the SSL certificates from a CA for those and then cover them with Dane. So you can save money when putting up secure websites. So from my point of view, this really is why the deployment of DNSSEC makes sense and why there is a business case. DNSSEC may not do absolutely everything, but I honestly believe that when you combine it with other security features, it's certainly a step in the right direction. And that is the end of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions for Mark?
They're both flashing, one or the other.
I'm loud. Okay, so thank you, Mark. I have a question. How are you managing the key rollover, and what is the effect of the caching rates are in between? So, for example, if I cache your records on my DNS server with your keys, and you resign your zone, is there any risk of anything breaking there?
How do I manage key rollover? The key rollover is it's something that's signed. The record itself that goes in is a normal DNS record. It has normal time to lives from a caching point of view. And I also have chosen to have my zone signing key last for 1 month, and my key signing key lasts for 1 year, which are pretty much standard. If my zone signing key flips over, the old one will stay around long enough so that either the old or the new, for a period of time, both can work for as long as it takes me to distribute my keys properly. And the same sort of system with my key signing key. I haven't gone into the details of that by a long shot, but at the end of the day, it's generic data in a name server, and as long as you listen to the time to lives that I'm providing, everything should work just fine. The old key will eventually disappear, but before that, the new key should be there, so you'll be able to validate the data that you have discovered from me.
Any other questions before we close up? Okay, thanks, Mark. Next up, we're going to talk about DNSSEC deployment within Africa, a status check. let me know so you can join us for this. Thank you. And just 1 second, I'll pull the slides here.
So my name is Anyempate Kaina from Africa. I have many hats, but for this I'm using my ICANN hat because I'm working for ICANN as consultant for something we call DNSSEC Roadshow. So, so in terms of DNSSEC deployment, so how are we doing? How are the CCTLDs, the African CCTLD doing? So, this is where we are today. If you look at the map, this is where we are. This is the global map. You could see Africa in the global. And the green are people who signed the zone, the CC who signed the zones, who have managed to push the DS in the root zone. And then the yellow are people who are test bed, are planning, and then there are people who have signed the zone but haven't pushed the DS into the root zone. Next. So from where? So in July 2010, when root got signed, this is where only Namibia in July. I just started from July because we signed root in June 2010. So before, there was no way or no mechanism to put the DS in the root zone. So it was DLV, like Mike just showed. So from July, this is what we have. So only Namibia, DNSSEC, and has managed to have the DS in the root zone. So a little bit of the history. If you look at this, it's not, I think, not that clear, but you'll see in this, you'll see how the path to where we are, and you can see, okay, our analysis include some of the islands, the British and the French islands, which are geographically part of Africa, like Saint Helena, Mayotte, etc., Réunion. Okay, you'll see the first being again. Then Uganda came in, Tanzania came in, then Republic of Guinea and Kenya last to push the DS in the root zone. So the DNSSEC Roadshow is a program developed by which is part of the ICANN Africa strategy, which is basically to help the CC from what we saw. So we need to do homework. So we need to push for more African CCTLDs to get into DNSSEC. So this is, so next. So we started this project by running a survey, okay, and talking to the CC, and this is what we got. So we end up with 3 type of situation from the CC. So some of them say, oh, we have no issue with DNSSEC. We know the technology, we know the crypto, we have people, it's just time for us to do it. When we have a second category of people who said, we have deployed, okay, but the community is not following, or when here the registrar are not following, the registrar are not following, the ISPs. Then we have the last category of people who said, we are not ready. Okay. Registry operations still manual, no dedicated staff, lack of risk analysis, etc., etc. So the roadshow is to help people to overcome some of these challenges. So we have events in the countries. For example, for the people in the second category, we go there, we evaluate the deployment, see if they can improve things, and then we try to engage the community. So show what is the DNS, the business case, and show why we should all, ISPs, registrars, law enforcement, everybody should push for. Then for the third category, then we had event, community engagement, technical, and we work for the registry, so, and write the DNSSEC deployment plan for the CC. So this is the map for the roadshow, the place we have been to. Almost 1 year, I think we visited 7 countries, you see the distribution. Next. And so if we were to design a new version of the map, I put 2 euros, one for Ghana and one from Burkina Faso. Simply because Ghana started the program to move the GH from Ghana.com to NITA, and it will include the NSA. This is going on. Burkina Faso, same. Okay, Burkina Faso, same. Moving from Onatel to the regulator, and the process, if you look at the term of reference of the binding, it includes the NSA. Okay, but we have been to places where we have no DNSSEC, but they are not yellow on this map. So these people have not convinced me that they are ready to go. So if they are in this room, I would like to hear their commitment in the public, then I can put them yellow. Yes? So having the green is one thing, okay, but we want to go beyond being green. Green is, okay, I signed the CC, I have the DS in the root zone, but the SLD are not signed, and no registrar using it is not good. So how green are you? So we need statistics. So we want to collect statistics from the CC. So tell us how many names have been signed with DS in your zones. So we have a web page. We will collect. So we need to go now beyond being green to see how many names you have. Okay. I hope some of the CC are using NSEC. Then I can do zone working and see. Some of them as NSEC 3 make it difficult, more difficult. Then I need collaboration. So we need collaboration if you are doing NSEC 3. Or if it is NSEC 1, we can find our way of collecting the data. So I think this is my last slide. So question, and as I said, if you want to tell us that give us any update on your DNSSEC deployment, we'll be happy to hear. Thank you.
Any questions? Anyone here from a CCTLD that's not signed? You want to turn yourself yellow? Thank you, Owen. Next up, I'm going to ask Talim Godwin from Keenik to come talk about, provide a case study on their deployment of DNSSEC.
Hello everyone, I'm Toilem Godwin from Keenik. I'm here to present a case study, our DNSSEC case study. First start with the introduction. Keenik is the CCTLD manager of the .k namespace. We are a not-for-profit organization, and currently on our status, we are on the final stages of implementing DNSSEC on second level domains. That means we have already implemented it on the .ke root server. Full implementation is expected to be complete by 12th June 2014. We have a total of 170 registrars and a total of 36,000 domains as per today. I'll go through first the registry, the .k registry setup. First of all, I'd like you to note that .k top level domain is not open for registration. So implementing DNSSEC for the .k is simpler. We have a propagation server and a registration server for SLD registration. When you register a domain, .k, you use the registry server. All those the zone files are pushed to the propagation server. That propagation server now updates the route. Domain details are stored in the registry servers, and all the zone files are generated and transferred. In our registry, the domain registration has been automated. Around 50% of our registrars are fully automated. So basically we use EPP most of the time. So I'll start with I'll show you the DNSSEC deployment roadmap. This is basically how we started and the place we have reached right now. The interest of setting up DNSSEC in Kenya started in late 2010, and then DNSSEC deployment was planned to start in 2012, but there were some delays, so the setup started in 2013. That is a week after the DNSSEC roadshow by ICANN. So Alain came and visited us in Kenya. We had already planned to deploy DNSSEC, so we saw it's important for us to be we were actually the first in the DNSSEC roadshow by ICANN. Previously we had a DNSSEC test server that was running, so we had to update the DNSSEC test server in June 2013. That was after the roadshow and after the Africa Internet Summit 2013. The most challenging part was developing a .ke DNSSEC practice statement. That is a DNSSEC, it's like a policy document that you need to come up with so that it will guide you on how you will implement DNSSEC in your registry. It has all the details that you need, like the size of keys you'll be using, the time, how long you will change these keys, and also how you can recover the keys in case you have an issue with one of the keys. Okay, this is a continuation. The phase after setting up the test server was simulate the root servers. We noticed we had a problem in simulating a real life case study, like a real life situation, like if I have a domain name, I want to publish it on the IANA database. How am I supposed to do that? So we wanted to have a general view of everything. So we developed a root, we simulated the root server, and we used that to test the chain of trust in real life. That was a very complex thing to do, but we managed to do it. DNSSEC deployed on the propagation server. That is now after we made our test. We signed the DKE, and then DNSSEC deployed on the propagation server, and IANA databases updated on 17th March 2014. April 17th, 2014 was the first time we tested the ZSK key rollover on the live server. And then DNSSEC deployed on registry test server. So we set up a test server that we'll be using now to sign the second level domains, and that one we deployed it on April 17th, and we are still doing it, and we are still testing something because we have to integrate all the systems that we currently have on the registry system to the new server. We expect to finish the deployment in 12th June 2014 for the .ke, and now start on the third phase, which is training and publicizing DNSSEC and training registrars, helping them deploy DNSSEC and all those. So that was, we are currently finishing on the second phase. I'll just go through the DNS and DNSSEC introduction, although most of the things have been covered mainly by Mark and Alain. This is just a quick overview of just a minute. Okay, the DNS is the critical piece of the internet infrastructure and makes natural target for people, organizations. So DNSSEC actually is the basic parts of the internet, of even when you're accessing a domain name and all those. So it attracts a lot of hackers and bad guys, as we call them. Some threats are attacks on the zone files and servers that make up infrastructure of the DNS. I think last year also we have been seeing a lot of attack on registries, not only even in Africa, even in some parts of the world. So people are targeting mainly nowadays on the DNSSEC, on the DNS of domains. To understand DNSSEC and what it can and cannot provide, a basic understanding of the threats of DNS is important. The DNS is subject to security problems in 3 key areas: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. I think I'll just skip that and go to the next slide. That is the technical solutions on DNSSEC deployment. Some of the issues that affected us that affected our DNSSEC deployment, we had to look at some of the things generally that we need to do on our registry system. First of all, we had to update. We use bind, so we had to update to a bind version that supports DNSSEC. The version that we had previously had no support for DNSSEC. So again, we had to look at the registry system that we have, and we saw that we need actually to update the registry system and the propagation servers, the operating systems of the registry system and propagation servers, because some of them were not able to support DNSSEC. And again, we wanted to use the open source automation tools available. So some versions had problems with running those open source applications, support applications. A big problem that we have and we still have is the key storage and management module, which is currently we are using a soft HSM, which is not a good practice for DNSSEC, but we wanted to just start somewhere first. So we are looking on ways and the best tools that we can have for this hardware security module. The other part, we will have to update our registry system. We use Coca, and we are using the oldest version of Coca. I think the first versions of Coca that came, and that is the one that we actually did a lot of customization to it. So we want to update that again. And then the last thing was to ensure that initial systems work well with the updated system. We want not to change any functionalities of the environment that we have. We just want to have an addition of whatever we had previously. Go to the next slide. Technical solutions on DNSSEC deployments are continuation. So to solve the issues that we listed earlier, we had to we had to come up with a solution. That is, we had to run 2 DNSSEC systems in parallel. That is one that ran on manual DNSSEC on the propagation server, and an automated DNSSEC on the registry server. So when we complete the whole project, we'll be having 2 DNSSEC processes running in parallel. One is manual and another one is automated. This is because the .k zone file does not change a lot, and frequent resign on the zone is not needed that much. We'll be doing resign twice every year. That is of the ZSK and the KSK, key signing key. We'll be doing it once every year. The registry server updates zone files every 30 minutes and will require automation. That is where now we had some problems, because you'll find within 24 hours the registry system will be sending updates 12 times a day. So that means you'll have to resign your zones 12 times every 24 hours. The registry system updated to the current version that will allow registrars to upload the DS records of a domain to the registry system. So we want to make it easier for registrars to also deploy DNSSEC on their end. So we want a registry system in which registrars will just register a domain. Say if this domain they want to activate DNSSEC on it, then upload the DS record to complete the chain of trust to the registry system. The technical solution, I think, okay. To solve the issues previously listed, run manual, I think it's repetition. I think that the last part is use of soft HSM for key storage I said initially we had a problem with the hardware security module because of the cost and some specs. We might need some maybe special specs for that, for a certain HSMs. We met certain vendors previously, and I think all of you know how salespeople do, so you try to do your research first before calling them. So for now, as we're doing our research of the best HSM that we can use, also we are looking at, in case our domain database expands, do we need to throw away the SSM that we bought earlier? So we are looking at the one that will be scalable for our registry. So we are using currently the soft HSM. This will be used for a year before we migrate now to our physical hardware storage, hardware security module. On the automation part, we are using actually OpenDNSSEC for DNSSEC automation, and it will be working together with Bind. Okay. Now, that one is basically the experiences that we've had on the technical part. Another big issue that we have, and we have seen on registries in Africa that have deployed DNSSEC, is the uptake of the DNSSEC. So we are looking at another challenge of DNSSEC after deployment is ensuring registrants and registrars use the technology, because there is no need of deploying something that cannot be used. So this is attributed to the cost of managing and setting up a DNSSEC environment. Most registrars, when we did a case study, they'll say the problem is they might need new devices, they might need new people to manage the DNSSEC, a lot of money in doing trainings and all those things. And the biggest challenge that we had actually is making a business case for DNSSEC. Is actually convincing the registrars and ISPs that you really need DNSSEC. That is the hardest part. As a registry, Kenny will help create a business case for DNSSEC to increase update. That is what actually we are working on right now, creating a business case for DNSSEC so that when we go and talk to our registrar, at least we can be able to sell the idea to them. Creating business DNSSEC business case, we can help create a business case by, there are two things that we are looking at. That is reducing the effort, that is also the cost for DNSSEC implementation, and we are looking at providing incentives to registrars. We are looking at a way in which you can tell even a registrar, if you are deploying DNSSEC, we can maybe give you 50% discount on domains that you are selling, or a certain percent. So that's something that we are looking at, so that to encourage registrars deploy DNSSEC on their systems. The reducing the effort cost. This simply means bringing down the cost of DNSSEC implementation. This can be achieved by these four things: reach, search, and share. That is what we will be doing when I get back. We have a training for registrars a week from now for all .k registrars and most ISPs. So that is part of what we are looking at, researching and sharing with them the ideas, so that if we offer training to them, they might not need to take people out for DNSSEC trainings. So the trainings will be available, and those trainings that we offer them are free, so they don't need to pay for any training. Simplifying DNSSEC implementation for registrars. That one, I think we had a problem where we were looking at most registrars that we have run on cPanel or those WHM. So we're trying to look on a way of trying to simplify how they can create even a package for them they can install on their servers, at least do DNSSEC signing and key management. So that is something, the idea that we thought it might be very useful, and we are still looking at it and how we can accomplish that, because apparently I've noticed there is no a common module that registrars can plug into the WHM to manage DNSSEC. The other part is automation of the DNSSEC, also coming up with packages that will help in automation of DNSSEC, because you'll find some registrars have 3,000 domains and they register domains frequently, and they have two name servers with us. So that will be important also in giving them a system that can do the automation and review. Also, the last part is the reducing the risk of DNSSEC implementation. That one we are still working on that and seeing how we can, if you bring systems or even if it's training, how we are going to ask to tell registrars that this one is reducing the risk, because most people actually fear implementing DNSSEC because they have been told if it breaks, you have a problem and all. So we are looking at a way in which to convince them actually it's not a big risk because they are in business, and I think business guys fear things that have big risks. I'll give just an example of reducing efforts that we are looking at. For registrars, is developing toolkits. Registrars can patch into their domain management systems. We've seen that one worked for us very well, where we came up with a registrar automation system. So we developed a system and then gave it to registrars so that they can patch into their, most of the registrars, we did a case study and so most registrars use WHMCS. So we developed a kit for that, for automation to the registry system, and gave it to them for free. They can download it, put it on their WHMCS, and the automation to the registry is okay. So that we are looking at tackling the DNSSEC problem in a similar way. For registrants, update the already automated registration process for most registrars to have a one-click DNSSEC. That is, we are looking at if these registrars are using maybe like WHMCS or any other web-host web-host management solution, we want them to just click, they want to use DNSSEC on the user end, and it sends those requests via EPP, and we know this domain needs to do this. Then we can contact maybe when the registrar can send the DS records. If the registrant has good IT knowledge, he can he can send requests for us to upload the DS records. So these are some of the things we are looking at. For ISPs, we can help them. We are looking at a way of helping them to create simple DNSSEC resolvers. And users, basically, it's just the same thing as registrants, having an on-off option enabled by DNSSEC option enabled, and it will be enabled by default. So those are some of the things we are looking at. On the providing incentives, there are two possible ways Kenny would like to accomplish this. Making DNSSEC a requirement and generate user demand. The first one we've seen, it might work, but again, it's not good forcing people to do something. They might not do it well, or they might not take it as in a good way. So we are looking at three ways: by contractual agreement, where all registrars, any registrars who have signed an agreement with KENIC, they are obligated to support DNSSEC. Any new registrars that we are having, because we normally have around 4 applications per month for guys to be registrars, must have DNSSEC resolvers and knowledge on DNSSEC. Basically, we are trying to do what ICANN is doing on new registrars. Collaboration with government in ensuring government institutions deploy DNSSEC, because we have quite a number, around 10,000 domains from the government, and we have those. If we have those 10,000 domains deploying DNSSEC, at least we'll have moved forward. Generate user demand. This is where now, so I think this is the best way to go, is where we need to give a reason for them to want DNSSEC. The potential reason, actually, we're looking at security, everything. Everybody is talking nowadays about security. So we can tell them it increases security. This will work only if it is feasible to users. We have seen an example that Mark has given us where we have green buttons, orange and red. We can use some of those things to tell people, if you see these in your browser, DNSSEC enabled, it is a good thing. If you don't see it, it's a bad thing. At least they have a choice to to do it. The problem with this, it requires us to do a lot of education. We have to go around publicizing it, conducting a lot of trainings. So, but I think that is the best way to go. Providing incentives, examples, we are looking at target larger security conscious organizations. If we have like big ISPs in Kenya, companies like Google in Kenya, so we can target them. At least they help us in ensuring people deploy the NSEC. Again, lobbying for software developers to implement it. Basically, those people who come with these plugins that you can use for domain registrations, domain management, we can lobby with them and see how we can do that. Build the NSEC as a requirement into applications when it makes sense. There's some applications that use DNS, and we can ask or build DNSSEC requirements into those applications. Find innovative uses of secure DNS. Maybe we're looking at, maybe there's somebody who is doing maybe a CA somewhere who can implement DNSSEC or something like that. We can use those. I'll pass fast through the challenges because I'm seeing time is moving. I think the challenges on deployment of DNSSEC, as we have seen, is the first challenge that we had is integration of DNSSEC to our current system. So actually I was expecting by the time I come we have completed the DNSSEC on second level, but we have problem in integrating the new system that we have with our current system. DNSSEC automation, but that one was initially it was a problem before we came up with a solution of having two separate DNSSEC systems running. So, again we have available tools which is OpenDNSSEC, which for us it works quite well. Equipment needed to run DNSSEC to be in line with DNSSEC best practice. As you have seen, I've said we are using soft HSM, which is not actually a best practice, but we have to start somewhere, so we cannot do everything at once. So uptake of DNSSEC after registry has implemented DNSSEC. The case study that we saw, we have done on other registries that have deployed that, we've seen that has been a problem. So I'm sure that will be a challenge for us. Again, the problem is lack of easily available tools for registrars to deploy DNSSEC in the environment. I gave a case of the WHM and the cPanel. And again, we might have a problem is on the organizational structures, which we might bring problems in the management of DNSSEC, because you'll find you might need employees, people with these technical skills, which is very difficult sometimes. Yeah, so those are some of the challenges. Lesson learned, this is the last part. The lesson learned is DNSSEC deployment technically is not a hard task. Actually, that was the simplest thing that we have done. Deploying it, actually signing our zone, resigning, and doing all those things is very easy. The problem is just coming up with how you can manage your keys and the policy document and the policy development. That is the hardest part in the deployment of DNSSEC. I've learned that registries can use soft HSM if they feel HSM is expensive, but this is not again a best practice for DNSSEC. There are free automation tools for DNSSEC. Most of them we have seen that works well with registry environment. Actually, there was a time we wanted to develop our own automation system, but we saw it will take a lot of time to do that. Deployment of DNSSEC for registry is not the last step. Actually, the last step is ensuring there's uptake of DNSSEC by the end users. I think that is the last slide.
Thanks, man. Any questions?
I've got a couple on there. Mark, do you want to?
Okay, yeah, I had a few questions. I thought the coolest way to actually get user uptake, and you suggested it much earlier on, was just reduce your prices by 50% if the person signs the domain, then you neglect to sort of emphasize that towards the end. That would be the coolest way to get people to deploy DNSSEC, and maybe just do it the first 20 or 100 domains that they do or something, because by then they'll be caught. I thought that or.ke was signed, and it's no longer signed. Horrible. You come back to me on that. And then you keep putting down soft HSM. Soft HSM is actually really sexy. It works really well, and it is actually pretty secure. Don't play that down, because I promise you, I've just got a Tully's HSM up and running and working, and it's a real bitch. So don't underestimate the value of keeping the soft HSM for 5 or more years. So yeah, can you give me an answer on or.ke?
Okay, thank you. ORKE is not signed now. The only zone that is signed is KE. We are currently working on the second levels, that is COKE, ORKE, MOBI-KE, which are in another system. KE itself is in a different system. So, the other question, or it was a comment?
It was a comment. Does this mean I get to move my dnssec.or.ke to dnssec.ke?
No. You cannot register .ke. You can only register the second level.
So it's Dan York. I've got a couple of responses and questions there. First of all, I think it was great to hear his presentation. I also was intrigued by the fact that this sounds like it's the first time I've heard somebody who reduplicated the entire root system to come up with. I mean, did you really went from the whole root all the way down to build your system on that? Wow, that's pretty cool. On the HSM panel, or discussion Mark was just mentioning, I'm just going to say that at the upcoming ICANN meeting happening in London, there's a DNSSEC workshop happening on June 25th. And we've actually got an entire panel of people talking about this whole question around HSMs and soft HSMs. And we've got people there varying from people with very expensive equipment to one Rick from ICANN who's got his $20 HSM that he's looking at how to build. And soft HSMs will be discussed in there as well. So that panel will also be streamed online. So it'll be something that you'll be able to see and get later. So just as you're looking at the HSM stuff, that's something coming up very real now. To Mark's point about the incentives, you may want to talk to the folks at the .nl and .se registries. And if you need contacts, I'd be glad to help connect you to them, because they've done that exact incentive, which is why .nl spiked up and had, some over 1 million different domains signed, was because they did it wasn't half, but it was a dip off of it, which was enough to get some of their bulk registrars to say, okay, let me go sign all my domains and get that reduction there. But I'd be glad to connect you if you follow that. And the other piece I would just say, if you've got, have you built a module for WHM that does DNSSEC pieces to it?
We are planning on that. That was the last
season. Well, I'd love to hear more about that and help publicize that effort, because we've heard this response from others that one of the barriers they have is the registrars use cPanel and WHM, and there's no easy way to go and do it. So that's definitely something that the wider community would love. So I'd love to work with you more on that. Anybody else?
Any other questions?
I don't actually use WHM CS, but I took the code and used that as a plugin or as a sample to get my own virtual web system up and running. And then yes, it doesn't have DNSSEC in it. So then I used the code that I'd already written and added the DNSSEC stuff on top of that generically enough so that it's now called from a shell script, which is possibly more correct, because the normal approach would be probably to use OpenDNSSEC as a bump in the wire, and you want that bump in the wire to actually trigger the DS record updates, and therefore driving it from the shell script possibly makes sense, although it's actually all PHP.
Any other comments or questions before we? All right, thank you, John. We're now going to take a quick break and let everyone stretch their legs a little bit if you'd like to get up. We're slightly ahead of the new schedule, so we're going to start back up right at the top of the hour at 5 o'clock. So a little bit more than 15 minutes for everyone to catch their breath a second, and we'll get going again.
right, hello, welcome back from the break.
So thank you for, oops, where are we going? Not on the mic.
Okay, batteries are low. We'll see how well we last here. So my name's Dan York, and I'm going to talk today a bit about the IETF and some of the opportunities that are there and some of the pieces that are there. So first of all, we look at our next slide here. How many of you have been to an IETF meeting? Okay, a few folks who are here, all right. How many of you are subscribed to an IETF mailing list? All right, good, okay. The IETF, the Internet Engineering Task Force, is the organization that creates the standards that we use for the open internet. The beautiful part about the IETF is that anyone can join and anyone can participate. The work that it does happens over the internet. And so you can go and join any mailing list and be part of that and be part of those discussions. Another interesting aspect is that anyone can create a draft, what's called an internet draft. So if you have an idea, if you have an item that you think should be a standard or you want to contribute to a discussion, anyone can do that. You don't have to be anybody, you don't have to be a special person, you don't have to be a government official, you don't have to be a delegate, or something. You just have to go and write the document and submit it. Doesn't mean it will be approved, but you can submit it and get it into the process. And then documents go through this process with working groups where they debate and discuss these drafts. They come up with it. And at the end of that process, some of those drafts go on to become RFCs, the requests for comments, which are the standards that define the open internet that we have. Go ahead. The IETF does meet 3 times a year in physical locations around the world, and they change, they alternate, they go back to different parts of North America, Europe, Asia. They've been moving around to those different locations in different places. We were just in Berlin. We were in, we're going to Toronto. We were just in, what was the last one? London. Yeah, my brain's spacing out here, but we were in just London was the last one, and before that we were in Vancouver. But actually go back to that one before there. The one thing that's interesting about IETF meetings, and it's an important difference, is it's not a conference that you go to learn about things. What it is basically an extension of the work that's happening in the mailing list. Really, it's whatever the really contentious issues are that people can't resolve on email lists. They get brought to these meetings where people stand up in front of groups like this and argue and debate about points that can't be solved through email. So you wind up with often very passionate discussions and pieces that go on there, but that's a lot of the point of what happens at those meetings is hashing out these issues that people have not been able to solve. The other part of what happens there too is people get together and meet in the hallways, they meet in other areas, and they go and they figure out more work that needs to be done or how to advance certain documents or what to do. Okay, let's go on. The next one is coming up in July in Toronto, Canada, and there's a link here. One important part, you can participate remotely in an IETF meeting. I've done it a number of times because I was not able to actually get to the meeting, either because I just couldn't travel, I didn't have the money, whatever it was. There was some reason I couldn't go there. And you can do it. The IETF does a lot with live audio streams that come out. There's some web conferencing systems now, and there's some new ones. I'm involved with the committee looking at better ways to remotely participate. We're looking at some of the new things that are coming out through WebRTC that let us go and use browser-based conferencing. So there's some ways we're trying to make it work better in this regard. And then we also do a lot with chat rooms, Jabber-based chat rooms that people can connect into and participate and work with it there. So that's part of that. Here's some stats from the meeting. It was actually 2 meetings ago in Vancouver. There were about 1,200 participants from 54 countries all around the world. And it was similar in London. I think it was closer to 1,400, but it's similar types of things around that. There's a lot of focus right now in the past 2 meetings, and there will be more at this one too, around this whole issue of pervasive monitoring, of being able to, looking at that and how do we strengthen the internet to make it more difficult for some of the kind of monitoring, the large-scale monitoring that we've seen reported on from various different organizations. Thank you. So we have some posts up on our own website about these, and you can go and follow those URLs if you'd like to. These slides are available already. You can go on. Some of the IPv6 activities that are happening, the good news with IPv6 is that it is throughout all of the IETF working groups. You know, it's in fact, there's a document that says that, you know, all new work coming out of the IETF has to consider, you know, IPv6 as the default IP, you know, and to work with it in that environment. Some of the groups I mentioned here are the IPv6 operations, maintenance, home networking, looking at how to go and bring IPv6 into a home, into a premise environment. OPSEC, which is operational security. Sunset 4, there's a whole group on looking at how do we phase out IPv4. What do we do to help, you know, make that go away, really, as it goes through things? How do we help manage that? So it's not just something that just drops off, but how do we actually make that happen as we go through that? On the DNS and DNSSEC side, there's two main groups in the IETF. One is called DNS operations, and that deals a lot with, well, the operations of DNS. And DNSSEC is part of that, but there's also a lot of other activity happening, looking at ways to go and make DNS more secure. There's been an effort coming out of there now, looking at the privacy of DNS, and how do you protect the privacy of the queries that you make, and the privacy of records and some of the pieces like that. And the DANE working group is what Mark Elkins was standing up here earlier talking about, this idea that you can use it to provide an extra layer of trust and security for TLS certificates, what we often call SSL, but the name is really TLS. But how do we go and provide an extra layer of trust so that you can know that that is the really expensive, you know, certificate you may have purchased, or the not so expensive, but whatever. How do you know that people are really getting the certificate that you want them to be using? So it's a critical point there. On the routing side, there's a number of other groups. I should just mention, you don't have to go back, but on the DNS side, there's a number of other groups. If you start looking at IETF traffic right now, there's a couple of smaller groups that have been started up to solve some specific issues with DNS. So there's more than just those two groups, but those are the big two working groups that are going on. On the routing side, again, there's a lot of groups actually that work with routing in some ways, but the two bigger ones that we're tracking and watching are the secure interdomain routing, or CIDR, which is really focusing a lot around BGP security, how to secure BGP, the routing protocol, how to bring out something. How many people have heard of RPKI? Okay, not good, a few hands around this. RPKI has been coming out of that group, and some of the other different pieces that people are looking at. How do we make the routing infrastructure of the internet more secure? So that's on the routing side. I want to also mention here, how many people are aware of the IETF Fellows program? Do we have any IETF Fellows here? Okay, the IETF Fellows program is an excellent program which helps bring people from different parts of the world to the IETF meetings. Now, the deadline's already closed for the Toronto meeting, but there will be more for the next IETF meeting. There will be a process that you can open up. And this is one where basically the Internet Society will fund travel and staying for people who want to come to IETF meetings, and in particular wanting to come from countries such as yours here in Africa to help build up the local internet expertise that you have in your areas. So I would encourage you, there's a page on our website. It's a big long URL, so I shortened it here that you can just get to. But I'd encourage you to go there, look at it, understand the process and what's going on there, because it is a great program. And I've had the opportunity to go and interview some of the fellows who have come to our program, and it's amazing to hear what they are, what they've learned and what they're able to take back to their countries, wherever it may be. Some of the folks I interviewed were from different countries across Africa, South America, in parts of Asia, a few from Europe. So it's all over the range of people that are there that come to be part of that. And we also have another program sponsored by our public policy team for regulators, folks who are coming and they're interested in learning more about the IETF, and typically they come from often telecom regulators or others, And this is a program I would encourage you, if you've got folks within your governments that you think might be good candidates to understand more about the IETF standards process, how this works as compared to other standards processes through, say, the ITU or the W3C or so many other different groups that are out there, and you'd like to help them understand the process. It's a great program that they learn about the IETF, they learn about how the standards process works in open standards groups like the IETF, and they come away with a lot of good information. So if you know of any regulators in your region, it's a good one to encourage them to go check out. So really, I just want to ask you to help us, the technical communities involved in the IETF, to help build better standards. As I say here, there's a page that we have, IETF.org/newcomers, which has some great information on what's involved with the IETF, what's involved with IETF meetings, how to get more involved, and provides some great resources and links to learn more. If you're interested in the topics we're talking about here, around IPv6 and DNSSEC, I would encourage you to join up to these mailing lists. They go through spurts where they have a lot of traffic and then they have very little, and in between, that type of thing. But they're good lists to learn about, see what people are talking about, how they're turning these into operational issues, how they're making these things really happen. So that's on one point at the bottom. One of the biggest things that the IETF, the people who are writing the documents, one of the biggest things they need is they need people who simply read the documents and write back to them with an email saying, I liked your document, it was pretty good, but here's my thoughts. I've got some ideas about this. Or you know what? It doesn't apply to me in Uganda. Things work differently here. So what you could really do, a great way to get started, would be to join one of these mailing lists, and when they put out a call for people to look at this document, take a look at the document. You can send a message back just to the authors if you want, the ones who are in the document. You can send it back to the mailing list as well if you'd like, but do that and help with that. I think with that, go ahead. I think that's all I had. I just want to give a brief little pitch for the IETF and the IETF Fellows Program as well. And I'll throw it open briefly. Are there any questions or comments that you'd like to ask about the IETF while I'm here? Yes, over there.
Yeah, my name is Mukom Taman from African Limited. There was a while ago there used to be some discussions in the mailing lists about how what programs the IETF could put in place to make sure that citizens from underrepresented countries are helped in the process. Because just like you just said, you just don't show up at IETF.
Right.
Yeah. So I would like to know what's the update on that. What's the progress in that?
So, excuse me. There has been a whole discussion, really, that's been going on for a couple of IETF meetings now around a broader theme of diversity, of trying to make it so that IETF is more accessible to people who don't live in Europe, North America, all of that. It also is looking at how to bring in people of different genders, looking at how do we increase the female participation, how do we increase people from other parts of the world, how do we increase people from different economic spheres. And that's an ongoing discussion. Part of certainly what we're doing as the Internet Society is to help through the Fellows Program to try to do that and to try to encourage more people to apply and to become part of that. So the other part of what IETF is looking at how can it go and do meetings in other locations than just Europe, North America, and Asia. And for instance, we've been looking now, the folks who've been involved with IETF are looking at how do we do a meeting in South America. And so and there's a whole set of criteria around what's involved with locating a meeting somewhere, because you're bringing in 1,200, 1,400 people into a location. You have to have the right infrastructure, the right flights, all those different kinds of things. But they're looking at how to do one in South America. I think there's certainly some folks who would love to see an IETF meeting happen in Africa sometime. So there are people looking at how do we expand where the IETF travels in those spaces. So the effort's ongoing, and if you're interested in that, I can point you to a mailing list that is around that particular issue.
Oh, it's separate from the, I followed it up on the VC ops.
I'm sorry, what?
A separate mailing list for that?
Yeah, there's a specific one around this diversity question, which is discussing these kind of issues.
Thank you.
Sure. Martin.
Hi there. I want to see if you can, I'm going to lead you to answer that question slightly differently.
because the reality is there is zero barrier for anybody walking into an IETF meeting. And there is zero barrier for anybody putting up their hand or saying something, or even, to a certain extent, presenting anything. These are the near ultimate in open meetings. But I'm ignoring funding, location, geography in that statement, right, of which mailing lists can get around. But I'm going to lead you to sort of just talk a little bit about the intense openness that the IETF whole process is built around.
That's actually, I mean, that's a strength, I think, of the IETF, is that anybody can participate. Anybody can join a mailing list. Anybody can be part of that. And that really is the strength of it. And yes, anybody who can get to a meeting can come in and participate and be part of that. But prior to that, they can be part of the mailing list. You know, and they can be part of that. And that's actually part of really getting prepared for a meeting, is to be part of a mailing list. Because walking in cold, you're not going to know necessarily a whole bunch of what goes on there. But I mean, you're right. Anybody can get there. But you come back to that issue of funding, geography, location. How do we get there? How do we do that? You know, and locations are one of those hotly debated topics within IETF circles, because there are, you know, so many concerns around what you do, where you go, how you can get funded to pay that to go there in those pieces. So ISOC, the Internet Society, is trying to do part of that with the Fellows Program. I think there's certainly other people who are looking at other ways to make that more affordable in some way, shape, or form. But the IETF is this open environment for anybody to join and become part of. It was neat. One of the people I talked to in one of the last interviews I did, you know, was talking about how she had just started reading this mailing list around routing, and then she, you know, somebody was asking for how to do this, and she said, well, there's a better way to do that. And so she went and wrote this draft, and then she got funded. She applied to become a fellow to come to one of the IETF meetings. She was accepted into the program. She went there. She went and presented it, which I give her credit for, because it was like her first meeting. She's walking in and doing this, and she presented this draft there. And then she got asked to write some more, and now she's written a couple of documents, one of which is on its way to being an RFC. And it all started because she got involved in this mailing list and started to read what people were doing, and said, you know, hey, I could do this a little better. And she just went off and did it. That's it.
Yeah. We're out of time, but before we do, I'd just like to make one comment real quick. Also, kind of to that question there, we also, within the deployment operationalization team at the Internet Society right now, are working on a project to try and overcome any of those barriers that remain. As Martin and Dan said, the IETF is completely open, but you still have to be able to get on the mailing list. You have to be able to understand what's going on. You have to be able to either show up at the meetings or participate remotely. I mean, there are some barriers that are just inherent logistical barriers. And we would really like to find out where those are and what those pain points are. If there are reasons that you want to participate in the IETF but feel that you can't or haven't been able to in the past, we'd really like you to take our survey. And actually, everyone here, we want, you know, all network operators, anybody who operates a network, whether it's an enterprise network, a campus network, an ISP, a data center, whatever the case may be. If you're operating a network, we'd really love to hear from you, your thoughts on the IETF, what you know about the IETF. There's a survey link there. There's a short link and a long link. And we'd really love to hear a lot more from this region as far as what those barriers are, if there are any out there. Because again, constant improvement is really the goal here.
And we're all around here. I see you. Yep.
Okay, one of the barriers is language. So I will speak in French because I'm sure the French-speaking people will be very interested. Donc je voudrais vous inviter à remplir le formulaire ici, parce que beaucoup de francophones se plaignent souvent que l'IETF n'est pas ouvert pour des gens qui ne parlent pas anglais. Donc je veux que vous remplissiez ce questionnaire qui est important. So what I said is that many French-speaking people complain, and I'm sure others, that the IETF says that it is open, but well, that it's easy for you to speak English, but not that easy for many people in the world to speak English. So, but I think the IETF is evolving. I was very pleasantly surprised at IETF in Berlin, where there was a diversity committee that has been established, which is trying to consider issues that it was never open to consider, But in fact, I would like to hear what is happening to that community. It is really, even the culture is not always open. It is a very North American culture.
It
is
is.
not always open for other cultures.
It is, and you're right, language and culture are two other issues that are challenges, which this diversity group is trying to look at. You know, we have, there's a large number of presenters and draft writers now who come from Asia, from China. There's a large number of folks who participate there for whom English is not necessarily their first language on that. And so they too, I mean, from around the world, you're right, anybody who is not an English native speaker or at least, you know, as one of their prime languages, they do struggle with that a bit. And so it is another part of what people are looking at, how we'll go with that. So thank you for raising those points. Merci beaucoup. I've learned enough French to follow along a little bit. Yeah. All right. Anything else?
All right, thanks, Dan.
Au revoir.
Next, I'd like to bring up Hesham Abraham from Afrinic to talk about where we're at now, 2 years after the World IPv6 launch.
Thank you very much. The slides have Adil's name. He was supposed to be doing the presentation, but he had to go for a board meeting, so I'll be doing them on his behalf. My name is Hisham Ibrahim. I am Afrinic's IPv6 Program Manager. And as you can see from the title of the presentation, 2 years after World IPv6 launch, where are we? So, for those of you in the room that do not know what World IPv6 launch was, it was a day that, well, let me start with IPv6 Day. It was a day that the content providers all agreed to turn on IPv6 for one day on their front door, their www, and to see and test what they called at the time brokenness, if people could reach them or not. The day passed, it was a success, nothing really broke that much, and we went on. A year later, this was the 6th of June 2012, content providers, ISPs, all pledged to turn on IPv6 and leave it on. And that was a day that had a lot of publicity, a lot of attention worldwide. ISPs could participate, content providers from all over the globe could sign up and become part of this. However, if you go back at that point, if you see participation from Africa, it was very little. A handful of content providers signed up for the day that were IPv6 able and could sign up for the day. And none of the ISPs could qualify at the time because there was a condition that you have to have at least 1% of your traffic over IPv6, and it had to be, you know, measurable in certain ways. And if the story ends there, it's going to be a very sad story. But I'm still on my first slide. So even though IPv6 world launch, Africa wasn't as active at the time. However, the story still continues because, as you know, Africa is this big emerging network, well, not network, big emerging market, sorry, that has ASNs popping up all the time. It has different networks every day. It has new technologies, LTE, LTE, mobile internet, that is basically reaching all across the continent, allowing people more and more to get online. And so, could you go to the one after this, before this? Yes. So this shows ASN's African, the ASN's visible over IPv6, the red line. The yellow one shows the norm of all countries, the entire world. And there are three different stages here that I would like to point out on. So let's start from the last, which is where we are now. So African networks, we have around 14.5% visibility. So 14.5% of our networks can be seen worldwide over IPv6. Globally, it's 17.7%. So we're keeping up with the global trends, which is a good thing. But also in this graph, I would like to point out 2011. what happened there. You can see there's a very steep growth that happened there. And there are reasons for this. So, first reason being, 2011 is the year that the IANA function ran out of IPv4. And there was a lot of attention, there was a lot of publicity from Afrinet, from the global media, from ICANN, from ISOC, from all the stakeholders on the internet about this issue. And even though Africa is a continent that still has IPv4, we still had IPv4 at the time, we were given a /8, we still had some space, but content providers, ISPs, all of them became aware of the issue because of what we were doing, the trainings, the outreach, talking to you, talking to the community. And this is why you find we almost had a 200% growth in that year. Also, that year had World IPv6 Day. Again, a day that was highly publicized, a day that was highly communicated about. And even though Africa doesn't have as much content hosted as we would like it to be, but we were keeping up. I remember World IPv6 Day, we were actually at an Afrinet meeting and we had Don Lee from Facebook giving an update right after the 24 hours ended. So that outreach, that community engagement made us here in Africa aware of every single thing that's happening globally and its effects before it even hits us here in Africa. I would also like to point quickly that at one point we were actually doing better than anybody else, the norm at the time in terms of IPv6. So yeah, the IPv6 awareness is there. We're doing the outreach, we're doing a lot of the trainings, as you can see. So can you go up again? Yes. And this is where we are now. So this is a map that shows IPv6 by country here in Africa. And you can see it's pretty much covered. There are a couple of countries there that we're still either working with them on getting their space, like, for example, Cape Verde, which is a small island, but they have big ideas, they have big plans, and we've been working with them on getting their national IPv6 plan done. And because they're Portuguese, so we're working with them on Portuguese, which is something that I will mention in some of the slides that come up. But yes, we're engaging the entire African community, and as you can see, this is the result that we've now. Can we go? Okay, so yes. So what came out of World IPv6 launch for us actually is something that we saw a little bit later, when our networks that were on IPv6 starting getting their content delivered to them over IPv6. So we have examples like Safaricom and Northwest Universities that both published cases of how when content was ready over IPv6, because they were already on IPv6 and they got the network on IPv6, like 50% of their traffic was delivered over IPv6. So, and these are African success stories. This is what we get because, you know, content now is ready, our networks are ready, so we're doing IPv6, and it works beautifully. There's other engagements we're doing as well. We have an MOU signed with the ITU to work with government officials and with policymakers to getting them more and more aware of the issues, to work with them on their national plans and roadmaps for IPv6. We even try to look into pushing this further, because it's not only the backbones that we're interested in getting in touch with, but we actually want to push IPv6 all the way to the edge. And we also have success stories about that. We have the iHub in Kenya that actually works with Safaricom to getting IPv6 to the edge, to the users, to the developers that are now developing mobile apps and APIs that communicate over IPv6 that, well, just by clicking, you're generating IPv6 traffic, even if you do not know what IPv6 is. So my mom back home would click on an app, she's doing IPv6 traffic without her even knowing it. That's the whole point, right? So we have all these things happening. We also, one of the things that also came out of World Launch was we wanted to do more measurements. We wanted to show that we have a lot of networks, smaller networks that were ready at the time but couldn't qualify for world launch that are actually doing IPv6. So we have the Atlas probes, we're doing a lot more measurements now at AFRINEC, and all to showcase the work that you are doing on your networks, on your infrastructure to get ready for IPv6. I'd like to mention some of the stuff that we're doing for outreach. So other than the trainings that are conducted by Mukam sitting to my right over there, so if you'd like to discuss more about trainings, you can talk to Mukam about them. So we do around 12 trainings per year in Africa, or give or take. But we also do webinars. And we do them in collaboration with ISOC, we do them in collaboration with France Telecom. We've been doing them for the past 2 years. We try to make them as diverse as possible in terms of languages, so we do them in English and French. We try to diversify the topics that we discuss. And as you can see for our plans for this year, we're adding Portuguese in there as well, because through speaking and working with Cape Verde and other Portuguese-speaking countries, we've realized we need to get this information to them in a language that they can feel comfortable working with. And that's why we have plans. Where's Kevin? Kevin ISOC, he's somewhere in the room. We have plans to do this with him this year. We plan to work with AFTLD on IPv6 for CCTLDs. That's in there. Yeah, Barak, I see you shaking your head. IPv6 for LTE networks. We're planning on doing a lot more. We had Dan here on one of the webinars that we were doing. We're planning on getting Jan as well to do the mobile one. Yeah, I see everybody shaking their head. So yes, there's a lot of plans of doing IPv6 and more engagement for the African community. Yeah, I'm done and I'm happy to take questions. Thank you very much.
Any questions for Hesham?
So let me just add one comment. And there will be, during the events of the week, it's on the 4th, there will be a panel on IPv6. It will be discussing IPv6 from backbone, CDN, and from a help desk perspective. Or more and more on how to get IPv6 up and running on your networks. So, yeah, thank you.
Great. Yeah, thank you. We do have one question.
Well, Daniel, I was just going to note, like you said, you had an AFRINEC meeting that was going over World IPv6 Day. You're going over the 2nd anniversary of World IPv6 launch on Friday. So, great time to talk about that.
Yeah. So, World IPv6 Day, which was the 8th of June, that was during an AFRINEC meeting. And like I said, we had Facebook giving us Don was just great. He literally came out in 24 hours. He was lacking sleep. He was lacking everything. But he did that small intervention, and he discussed what they saw and how everything went great. And he made, even though the African continent didn't have participants at the day, we felt part of the process, and we saw what was happening. IPv6 launch, it wasn't an AFRINEC meeting, but we also worked with ISOC on getting the information out there. We had a webinar. We discussed a little bit about what individual networks are doing in their and what they're doing in their communities. So yes, as our 3rd meeting, and here is the 2 years after, yes, we're having the anniversary as well. Okay, thank you very much.
So the final piece of our ION today is a panel discussion on IPv6 in Africa. So I'm going to invite Kevin and the panelists up, and I'll let them take over for the next hour.
No, this is just our last one. If you have questions, feel free to jump on.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the final session in this ION in Africa. We will be discussing a topic called Untangling the IPv6 Web, and the discussion is to focus on what is the next steps for Africa in improving the IPv6 content and the IPv6 knowledge in terms of capacity of deploying IPv6. We have a really good panel, a very well educated panel with a very good background in deploying and building capacity on IPv6. I'll give a brief bio for everyone. I'll begin at the very end on my extreme left. We have Frank Abish. Frank Abish works for Simbanet as the core network manager, and he's also the manager of the TZ Internet Exchange. Frank is also a volunteer. Sorry, so I'll say Frank was also a volunteer to AFNOG and was one of the instructors this week in one of the routing tracks, and he's also helping to develop the AFIX group, which will be primarily focusing on developing African exchange points. Next to Frank, we have Mark Elkins, who had a session earlier. Mark Elkins is the owner of a company called POSIX, which saw by the slides. He's also a board member of AFRINIC and one of the founders of a company called DNS that will be providing back-end support for .Africa. Next to Mark, we have Martin Levy. For those who don't know Martin Levy, he's a global IPv6 advocate. He speaks in many places across the world. Martin works for a company called Cloudflare, which focuses on providing solutions for accelerating access to websites and also protecting content. And he'll be giving us background on the content. He'll be telling us which comes first. Is it the IPv6 content or is it the content then the IPv6 capacity? Next to Martin, we have Jean-Pierre. Jean-Pierre is ICT manager of the Cameroon NREN, National Research and Education Network. He holds a PhD in educational technology and is also currently a board member of AFRINIC. Now, he successfully ran a project called Impact IPv6, which was a community grant project that consisted of which is a project that focused on educating and training people who are involved in IPv6 deployment. And then lastly, we have Patrick Okui. Patrick Okui is a network engineer and trainer for the NSRC. He also volunteers his skills to AFNOG and was also an instructor this week. And he also provides much of the setup of the internet connection for the AFNOG workshops is done by Patrick. So we have a good mix of people in the content part, from the exchange points, and also from the capacity building part. So I will invite the panelists to give us opening remarks, about 10 minutes each, and then we'll open it up for discussion. Thank you. So we can start at the extreme left there with Frank.
Thank you, Kevin. As mentioned, yes, I'm Frank and I'm working both for Simbanet in my day job and doing the IXP management in Tanzania in spare time, so I can have both hats right now. What I think is important for IPv6 development is, well, first maybe I should mention it looks like most people here are already convinced, or maybe we are preaching to the converts here. It would be good to have maybe more decision makers here so that we also get people in who can influence the decisions in the network operators and everywhere. For internet exchanges, I believe it is very easy to operate the internet exchange according to everything that is needed to enable IPv6. At internet exchanges, you have to get IP addresses for the internet exchange from Afrinic and tell all the peers about the internet addresses that they have to use. Just the same in IPv4 and IPv6, and then make sure you enable all services of the internet exchange, especially route servers, but also websites, statistics, and emails to be accessible over IPv6 like in other companies or networks. Insofar, it should all be possible, and I would like to encourage any IXP operators to come and talk to us if there are any questions. We can help, and there are now best practices to make sure that the internet address, IP addresses that are used on the internet exchange peering LAN are not known outside the peering LAN because of attacks that happened early last year. So we recommend that 2 sets of IP blocks are being used, one for the peering LAN and one for the management and remote access. But otherwise, I believe people have done work elsewhere, and we know how to do IPv6 at internet exchanges, and it's relatively easy. We just have to play a big role in encouraging all peers at internet exchanges, all the network operators, to enable this, to bring it up, either direct or multilateral BGP sessions to the route servers, and then we should see an uptake. And of course, bringing content providers close to the internet exchange will also help a great deal when they are when they are V6 enabled, which most of them are, of course. As providers itself, it is also very much the same story. We had in the eastern part of Africa, where I come from, a long time a reliance on satellite links that has changed since 2009, of course, and satellite equipment was very much specific only for IPv4, and since 2009 we have direct links to overseas and can enable IPv6 very easily without tunnels, and we've done this and gained experience in that, and since then V6 was rolled out throughout the networks to the core and to servers and customers, and it's been working very well. Of course there are hiccups, but they have to be taken like road bumps, and life has to go on, so we have to learn from things that happen. What I want to encourage is that both network engineers get aware of it, get stuff tried out, get the okay or also encouragement from their management, and then things can easily happen. IPv6 can be deployed. You can deploy it first to your own office and see what's happening, and then basically eat your own dog food. Thanks.
Thank you, Frank. Mark?
Good afternoon again. Just continuing from where Frank left off, one of the things that I, as an ISP, do is I connect to something called JINX, the Johannesburg Internet Exchange. And I run a piece of automated software which is available webpage peering.posix.co.za. And on that, I can see that I have 78 entries set up. In other words, potential peering with 78. Of those, only 64 are pingable. So there are actually 64 ports open at Jinx. Of those 64 ports, 63 of them answer on IPv4. 29 of them answer on IPv6. So that's about a 40%, I would say, roughly 40% or so of the people in South Africa at Jinx working with IPv6. So they've got IPv6 on their core. I also wear an Afrinic hat, as I'm a board member of Afrinic. I am told that there are 1,088 members of Afrinic with IPv4 resources. Of those 1,088, 400 have IPv6 allocations. So again, that's about 40%. Not too bad, not too shabby. One of my other hats is I'm involved with the .Africa project and with the .co.za domain name system. So I can tell you we have, or yesterday we had 923,073 domain names, 0.9 million. Of that, or in that, there are 2,291 name servers. So obviously most domains many domains use the same name server. So 2,291 name servers, or about 8.4% of all domains looking at domains. Of those 2,291, only 22 have IPv6 glue. Is that right? Yes. Have IPv6 glue. The 2,291 of those domains with IPv4 glue. So about 1% of all the domains of name servers have IPv6. And then we have one name server which is only IPv6, which is kind of odd. We have been running EPP for quite a while. The traditional system was an email system, and getting stats out of that was a bit difficult. But now 75% of all our domains are now managed by EPP. Of those, 24 of the registrars, accredited registrars, are using IPv4, and believe it or not, 118 are using IPv6. So we actually have many more people using IPv6 over EPP than we have over IPv4. I think that's kind of cool. So we're ahead of the game there, I guess. And then lastly, yes, I said I run an ISP, and where is my future going? Well, hopefully if someone will lend me $22 million US. Anyone? Okay, we will do fiber to the home. And on that fiber to the home, the plan is to only do V4 for the internet as well as V6. But the TV and the telephone will all be IPv6 only. So technically, potentially, the amount of traffic we move over IPv6 in a year from now will be huge in comparison to the rest of the internet traffic that we move. And I believe that really is the future. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mark, for those very interesting statistics. I'll now hand over to Martin.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I know others have been on the microphone already, but I'd like to say it's absolutely a pleasure to be here. Although hitting the heat when I walked out of the plane was, yeah, I knew I was here. That's the best way to put it. Okay, V6. I was trying to work out the first time I sat in front of anybody and said, we really should do V6. And it probably was inside my engineering group, and it probably was 2000. And quite rightly so, I was laughed out of the room because it was too early, it was too hard, we didn't know why, and we had a lot of other things to do. And an awful lot of things have changed since that first time I had that conversation. But there's one part of it that stayed the same. And for those people that know me and have known that I have sat at the microphone or sat in meetings or sat on one-to-one conversations with people and seriously tried to evangelize the use of V6, I still hear back this comment, but we're busy, we have other things to do. But the good news is that that's changing. And it's changing in a rather big way. And I'm going to hit some of the points, talk a little bit about, just for a few seconds, about what I was doing and what I'm now doing now. I was and had spent many years focused on getting the backbone, getting the core of the internet to be V6 enabled as best as it possibly could. Knowing full well that trying to get V6 all the way out to the end user, whether it be to a mobile provider, to a fiber to the home provider, a DSL, a cable provider, or even to the content games, was definitely the harder thing to do. But dealing with the middle, making sure that an IP transit provider was capable of delivering an end customer V6 by default, that was a big part of what I spent my time doing. And to be honest, I'd like to think that I was quite successful at it. I probably annoyed a lot of people in the process, but I didn't stop saying what I wanted to say, which was to say why V6 was so important. But in reality, that backbone focus has now changed for me, and I now focus on content, and in particular in the content delivery network in the CDN space. But go back and look at what we're going to celebrate this week. 3 years ago, when we had World IPv6 Day, we focused on content players, just to turn up content for 24 hours and to see what happened, to see if something broke. And trust me, that's 3 years ago. We learned an awful lot in that 24 hours. We learned an awful lot in the following 24 hours. And what we learned was that things just worked. It was very hard to find a problem. And that led us to, a year later, to do launch and say, let's get this V6 stuff turned on, let's focus on access, and let's leave it on, because it works. And that's exactly what's happened. And 2 years down the road, for many networks, I'm going to paint the positive picture here, V6 is the de facto. V6 is there. So I start talking about things in a different light these days than I used to many years ago. And what I talk about is that you can go out, and the Internet Society and the World V6 Launch website has some of the most excellent stats on this issue. You can actually go look at certain providers, certain mobile providers, certain broadband providers, look at their percentage of traffic that's hitting major V6 enabled content, such as the likes of social media or search sites. And you see those numbers, the amount of V6 traffic, to be non-trivial percentages. And this is a good thing. So now when I go talk to somebody about V6, and quite frankly, they say, oh, we're still unsure about that. You can point to giants who have done V6 and turned on V6 and have succeeded. By the way, giants that have real revenue at stake. And one of the interesting things about this concept of looking at revenue and looking at business is that businesses and the commercial world are very careful about the one thing that, quite frankly, is very capitalistic, but it's revenue. And so if they're willing to enable V6, whether it be on their mobile networks or their access networks or their content networks, and risk revenue if it doesn't work, risk the support line being called, which takes effort and time, then you know that maybe it's okay to turn on your network and to stand on, as the phrase goes, shoulders of giants. I'll hit a quick pitch about what we do at Cloudflare. We were ready 3 years ago, we were ready 2 years ago, but what's more interesting is what we've done this year. We've got millions of domains sitting behind our content delivery network environment, and we made the default v6 enabled. And we did that earlier this year so that as people signed up anew, or existing customers that had actually never done any configuration in the v6 component of their network, we moved in the region of 10 to 100,000 domains per week over to be v6 enabled. And it hit the stats. I know that there was a couple of interesting blogs written about this, but the point was it didn't break anything. And we found out, I'm not going to pick the 100% rosy picture, we did find a few interesting cases where v6 caused issues, and it always revolved around one specific subject: the web logging, the logging of IP addresses used for web access. And that's where there was a fixed mindset that a numeric IP address existed, an IPv4 address existed, and there was need for the software to take into account that a v6 address is different. But it didn't change the actual content. And so we've continued in this mode, and we can sort of turn around and say, look, the time is now, the time was 2 years ago. We're dealing with the capabilities on enormous amounts of systems. And one slight point that's really important to notice, and hopefully will come up if we can discuss this further. The v4 world is going through a massive transition on the access side with the implementation of carrier-grade NAT in the network in order to handle the lack of availability of v4 space, yet the growth in customer space. This doesn't, if traffic is flowing in the v6 world, content delivery, carrier-grade NATs don't play a part. They don't impede the communication. So we will actually start to see, and we are starting to see this in certain players that have implemented carrier-grade NAT, where, to be honest, the v6 path is a preferred path. It's more efficient. It is more capable of end-to-end communication. And the v4 path, the path that we've always known for all these years, is slowly starting to have elements inside it, elements that may have some form of resource limitation. So v6 has a value which, in a way, wasn't written into its original mindset, but it's just the practicality of how we now live in this v4 exhaustion world. But we'll talk about that later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. I invite Javier.
Okay, thank you. What has been done so far in my country? I want to say that in 2010, the National Internet Regulator says that the IPv6 has no value inside the country. This was a simple lack of skill and knowledge on IP networks. As ISOC Cameroon chapter, we ask ourselves what will bring the ISP to quickly switch to IPv6 within the context of where most of end users were comfortable with NAT. So our question at that time was how these internet provider can quickly switch to IPv6. But this way of thinking of the national regulator was quickly changed the following year when some of IT events had been organized in the country, like Afrinic 15 in November 2011, and also when the Internet Society, grant to the chapter to organize some workshop. So the workshop that have been organized, the aim was to educate and train the key player who can be involved in the chain of the deployment of IPv6 in the country. So with these activities that have been organized, such as one conference on IPv6, this was on 6 June 2012 to celebrate the IPv6 World Day. Also 3 IPv6 workshops supported by ISOC, again through its community grant, and also with the support of Afrinic, his engineer. So these workshops have been organized to train network engineers. So up to now we can count for about 45 network engineers coming from local internet service provider, also large private company and public administration who have been trained on IPv6 transition mechanism. So as the icon of all of that, we can say that on 16 internet service provider in the country, at least 6 of them has got their IPv6 block of addresses from Afrinic, and because the national internet regulator understands now the issue, he has set up a multi-stakeholder task force team for having a global look on the issue of IPv6 transition in the country. And this year, the regulator plans to run another IPv6 workshop training with Afrinic. We can also note that at the beginning of last year, one internet provider has started to offer IPv6 connectivity to end user, but it seems to have stopped it today. We don't know why. So we can say that it's still a very great challenge to get IPv6 ready ISP. So we will continue to raise awareness, educate, train on IPv6 and its transition mechanism. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Jean-Pierre. I'll now invite Patrick to have his word.
Hello? Can you hear me? You're not responding. So the past week or so, we've been training people in a routing track, and one of the things that we train is how to use IPv6. And the thing about V6 in workshops is we've been providing V6 since 2000. Well, as part of the NOC team since 2005, and we've been providing V6 every year since then till now. Some people here might not be aware that their laptops are probably using V6 and preferring it over V4. So from a training perspective, I think a lot of people are aware of what's going on. Some people might not be willing to deploy it on their networks because as engineers we are lazy, and if something is working and it's not broken, we don't see the need to do something else. From the other hat I wear as an NSRC trainer means I work a lot with NRENs, and traveling to different universities, you find that in some cases people are just not aware that, for example, if they have V4 space from Afrinic, they're entitled to V6 space. without any other charges, or basically you don't even need to fill out a form correctly. You just say, give me, but don't quote me on that. So in terms of education, I think a lot more people are aware than they used to be. But in terms of looking forward, I would say that it takes us, the people in this room, to deploy it. I don't think so much, it's no longer a problem that needs to be dealt with at the executive officer level. A lot of the time it's up to the network engineer who is willing to play with this stuff, to turn it on in their networks. I used to see problems with billing. Some billing systems were tied to IP addresses. I see that less and less. Most people are now billing on actual interfaces, not trying to identify users by addresses. So that is less and less of a problem. So if we have V6 available and different people are using it, and the different years that we go to host AFNOG or Afrinic, you find that many years we are able to have it native. We don't need to turn it out, which is something which Frank mentioned. This year we have native V6 from Djibouti Telecom. Last year we did have V6 native, and a lot of the years you can get native V6 from your upstream. So I guess my main challenge is for those of us who have networks and those of us who have clients on those networks. The question is, why are you not running V6? Right? It's less likely a problem with management. For Uganda, as my colleague was mentioning that in 2010, Cameroon was saying that we don't need V6. Fortunately for us, it was the other way around. Our regulator was asking us if we could help them write a document that specifies their stand on migration to V6, eventual migration to V6. So I think regulation across the continent, as far as what they think about V6, is different. Some people might still not have enough knowledge as to what they should be preaching to the providers who get different licensing from the different regulators, but I think quite a number of regulators are pretty aware. So from, I think, a training point of view, if you have a location that has less awareness in V6, I think there are more than 3 different organizations in this room who can help you with that. Afrinic is one, ISOC is another, NSRC is another, and they'll get people to train. So we shouldn't have, we shouldn't keep a lack of knowledge as one of the reasons. So I guess moving forward, I would say for those of us who run networks, those of us who are responsible for networks, turn on V6 on your network. One of the good things about V6 is that it's incompatible on the wire with V4, which means you're able to test it without breaking your V4 infrastructure in most cases. If something speaks only V4, that's fine. It won't be affected by you playing with your V6. If something speaks both, then it will try the V6 first. So you're able to roll this out without fear of having your boss screaming that you don't have access to internet. I think that's the last thing I'll say, and hand over to Kevin.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Can we have a round of applause for the panel? So we have heard from ISPs, we have heard from IXPs, we've heard from a content delivery network, and we've heard from the trainers that the knowledge is there on IPv6. The capacity in terms of the equipment and the networks are able to handle IPv6. We've seen that from the IPv6 day and the IPv6 launch that people have run IPv6 on their networks without any issues. Some of you right here in this room right now, if you have a laptop, you're probably running an IPv6 on your machine. So let me ask, before I open for questions, let me ask the general audience, how many of you are running IPv6 back home, whether in a university or a company or a home network? How many of you are running IPv6 back home? So not a big number, not a big number. So I would like to invite the audience to ask questions on the panel, and then we'll have discussions. So are there any questions or any direct questions you'd like to ask to any member of the panel? Okay, okay, Jane.
Just a quick question. This is Jane Coffin from the Internet Society for Frank on the V6 deployment of the IXP. Did this also help some of the operators that appear at the IX better understand deployment in their own networks?
I'm not very sure. We have, I think, at the moment only 4 of the peers having IPv6 enabled in their network and peering at the Internet Exchange 236. They've always been encouraged, and these are the ones who are actually using IPv6. There's quite a huge difference between the number of networks that are announcing IPv6 to the global routing table and are seen in the statistics that Hisham had mentioned first, with 14.5%, compared to the ones that actually have users on IPv6 that push some real traffic. So the ones that have users and traffic, they are enabled at their Internet Exchange, and of course all their prefixes are seen, which is only a small number in IPv6 of prefixes. But since at the moment we have at the Internet Exchange mainly consumer networks and no larger content providers that provide content in IPv6, the amount of IPv6 traffic, I believe, is very slow. I don't have data, unfortunately.
Thank you, Frank. Another question? Fiona?
My name is Fiona Songa from the Kenya Internet Exchange Point. In answer to Jen's question, our experience shows us that yes, our setting up of running IPv6 or enabling a dual stack of IPv4 and V6 at the exchange point did encourage a number of the operators start peering on IPv6. However, there were other factors such as the training we ran with Afrinic. We previously ran training only for the technical teams and realized there was a disconnect between the technical and management. So in 2010, I think 2010 or 2011, around that time, when we had the Afrinic training, we introduced a day in the workshop for non-technical managers. So we spent the first day on training of the non-technical managers on IPv6 and its importance, and then the rest of the time is with the technical teams. And we saw there was a big change in terms of IPv6 uptake at the exchange point and by our peering members.
Thank you, Fiona. Another question? Okay, I guess I'll ask my question. I have a question for Frank. Now I want you to put your ISP hat on. Do you provide IPv6 blocks for your customers, for your end user customers, and do you inform them that you can actually get an IPv6 block? And I'll pose the same question to Mark as well.
Okay, that's an easier question maybe. First of all, I'd like to mention again, you don't want to enable first IPv6 to some customer. You want to enable IPv6 first to yourself and see everything working and everything happening so that you know yourself first if something doesn't work. So it's eat your own dog food. So as far as I know, in Tanzania, the first user of IPv6 was my home, and the second user was my office, and so on. Then the CCTLD, which happens to be a customer, and then the regulator that happens to be a customer, and then the Afrinic meeting with the World IPv6 Day. And then, unfortunately, at the moment, we are an ISP that is mainly for enterprise, corporate client, and international organizations, and there is a long process with approvals and assessments, and IT persons are often not comfortable enough with change or challenges. So in number of customers, we are not very much developed after that, unfortunately. We try to tell customers as often as possible that it's available, V6, but often they just ignore it. Does that answer your question?
Yes, that does. Thank you. Mark?
My company got its it got its allocation of IPv6 addresses back in Jan 2007. Because we'd already been playing around with the 3 FFE, I think it was, blocks, we had a good idea what would and what wouldn't work. In fact, the reason we got our own block is because that whole 3 FFE experiment kind of dried up and disappeared, as it should have. Yes, okay. So within a month, we were running V6 on our core. Almost immediately, we were in the process of dual stacking everything. So when we say we're moving to IPv6, we're not really moving to IPv6, we're just adding IPv6 onto our IPv4 infrastructure. Consequently to that, all of our web servers, all of our name servers, all of our email servers all run V6. All the web servers or the machines that we host for customers also all have V6. They have V6 and they have V4. So all of those customers were given V6 as default. And generally speaking, they all run V6 as well. So it wasn't just handing over the addresses, it was also them actually configuring those addresses to work. I used to run a nice network and with customers coming directly into me. Then along came ADSL and wiped out that business, and we resold ADSL. And Telkom in South Africa does not do V6 to the home over ADSL yet. But again, once I one day put fiber in the home, then we will run V6 again to the customer.
Thank you, Mark. Before I ask my next question, is there any question from the audience? No? Okay, I'll ask a question to Martin. Cloudflare, as a content delivery network, I'm sure a lot of research goes into the best possible way to deploy the content as quickly as possible. How much of that research into the future are you doing any work on IPv4, or has the focus on deploying and providing content moved entirely to IPv6 in your network?
Yeah, you asked an interesting, that last sentence is the interesting part, is do we see content moving essentially exclusively into the V6 world? And the answer is no. We would love there to be this purist response that we'll all turn off V4 and everything will live happily in the V6 world, and that's how we move forward. And it just isn't practical at the moment. The numbers are against that happening, maybe forever, but definitely for an enormous amount of time. The problem is people don't turn off things that work. And we can talk about V4 as the legacy internet, but it's still there, and it isn't going to go away. But in the content game, in the content delivery game especially, there's a rather interesting beneficial effect in the V6 world. And it's this simple. Content delivery networks are inherently the rehosting of content, of web pages, in multiple locations around the world in order to give the end user a better experience, to get better performance, to move content closer towards eyeballs. And that means that the process, if one simplifies it, maybe far too much, but one simplifies it to the ability to pull a web page of content bits from the origin, from the source, bring it into the content delivery network, this mesh around the world, and then to redeploy those bits from somewhere closer to the end user, hence improving performance. Those two actions are two different protocols, two different actions, two different connections. And it is quite easy in the content delivery network, especially well, especially in our network, but I'm not going to claim that it's unique, where we can pull content off of a v4 server and deliver it in a v4, v6 world from anywhere. Now, that is actually advantageous to certain players who want to enable v6 on their content, but just simply have some legacy reason why their existing original server sitting in wherever it is, a cabinet, a rack, a data center, just is not going to get v6 anytime soon. And so a content delivery network as a wrapper around that means that they can go v6 with just the press of a button. Now, that still doesn't answer the what if you want to live in the v6 only world, which I'm going to adjust slightly and say, what if you want to live in the predominantly v6 world? What happens then? And the answer is, like I said before, if carrier-grade NAT, large-scale NAT exists inside carriers, then the v6 path, assuming that that's available, and that's very much the case for mobile operators, where there's far more efficiency to be had in that department. But in that environment, the v6 path is inherently more optimal. So there should be this natural transition where v6 becomes the preferred method of communication. Second issue, to say the obvious, we're running out of v4 addresses, is something that's well understood when you're deploying in the broadband or mobile world, where every user, where turning up thousands upon thousands of additional broadband users on a daily or weekly basis whenever is going to cause IP exhaustion. Well, the reality is IP exhaustion also exists when you're hosting content. Because at the simplest way, you think of every IP address or every website needing an IP address. Well, we actually know that's not the case. We know that we can consolidate onto a single host, onto a single IP, many web addresses. And this is done quite successfully. Until you start looking at making sure that every website has one more dimension, the dimension of security. If you start wanting to turn up HTTPS secure connectivity, then you come into this interesting roadblock that was built into that protocol back at the beginning of time. It's taken a long time to fix that, but that roadblock was the essential mapping of one IP to one name. www.example.com needed its own IP address for secure access compared to www.somethingelse.com. Now that restriction has, to a certain extent, gone away by the ability to have certificates now for secure websites that contain multiple host names. But that isn't as easy to do in certain environments. And it takes an awful lot of engineering, and also you have to make sure that you put the right websites and the right names and not get any form of discrepancy. So this has been driving in the hosting world still a heavy use of v4 addresses versus consolidating them, because more and more web hosting is moving to secure sites. Certificates are becoming more cost effective. People are realizing for various global reasons that they'd rather secure their website. And we're not just talking about the very large sites like the search engines and the social media sites and the like, but we're starting to go down to individuals, so obviously to corporations, over and above commerce. So this is driving on the content side, on the hosting side, still a large amount of v4 usage. And that is, to be honest, the other part of the answer here is that we're still a ways away from that purest v6 only world. And That's life. So don't worry about your V4 skills, they're still needed. But just keep in mind that if you augment those skills with V6, and you actually do V6, when you enable V6 at the same time as you enable V4, it isn't really twice as much work. This was, again, one of the earlier issues in the V6 world. It's actually not that hard to do a parallel track of doing V4 and V6 at the same time. It's extra work, but it isn't twice as much work. The methodologies are very simple. I have a question for the audience, if I may, just at this point. And I'd love somebody to come to the microphone and say something, but if you don't, just think about this. But preferably do this. There have been, and there will continue to be, plenty of V6 tutorials. There will continue to be many a book, a video, a web page about how to enable V6 at various parts of companies. I know I've had the experience of sitting one-on-one with somebody and helping them enable V6, and they're hitting, after a very short period of time, that aha moment. This works. Frank, you did this years ago. You had that aha moment. You sort of knew that you'd done it and it worked. But I want to sort of, if somebody wants to either say, yes, I've gone through that as well, or simply want to internally admit that maybe you need to go find somebody just to sit down and do that one-on-one, let me try it out. Let me see how this works. Because you will be pleasantly surprised. You'll be surprised that your hardware is actually V6 and your software is V6 capable. Because if you've got something in your network that's 8 to 9 years old, you have other problems. You have security problems, just to start with, but you have other problems. New hardware, new software releases, just about every single laptop or pad or smartphone sitting in front of you at the moment is absolutely capable by default of this. So just either decide to say that this has happened to you, or just think internally, maybe I should go find that person and just give this a try. Because I can assure you from the people that I've worked with over the years, they've come back and said, aha, this wasn't as hard as I thought. And at that point, the sky's the limit.
Thank you very much, Mark. Are there any questions from the audience?
I have a question for about the training classes that you were doing. What are some of the barriers you're seeing there for the students and the folks that you're out there doing? You know, what are some of the issues you're seeing with regard to getting IPv6 deployed?
So when you run a V6 training, especially if you're running a routing workshop like we did last week, and it's not specific to V6, you will find that for people who come and the first time they see this V6 address, it looks some strange figure with, doesn't have dots in it, and it looks scary. And the first few times they're typing it in there, they make mistakes. So DNS with your V6 is very important until people get used to longer addresses. But beyond that, understanding that the differences between V4 and V6, it takes a little bit of effort until that person, like Martin said, clicks and then says that, yes, it actually is more or less the same. And once you've actually gotten them to do an exercise or two on both V4 and V6, then it kind of clicks. In terms of in their home organizations, number one, people are not aware that it doesn't cost them anything to get allocations. In, I don't think, any region of the world it costs you anything extra to get a V6 allocation, especially if you have V4. And secondly, they're not aware that their upstream, for example, provides V6 and not necessarily extra charge, because there's always this mentality that, oh yeah, this is something I need to go and justify. So once you get past that barrier, it becomes pretty simple. 2 years ago in Gambia, we did this same class, and the class spent the whole night building an V6 only network and an IXP. And they work through some of the issues which come through it. So I think that training actually works because it gives them some place to play around with things and they're not worried about breaking it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, any more questions?
Okay, I don't have much of a question, but rather some thoughts of my own. I tend to think that sometimes maybe the most obvious problem here, is it a skill problem? Is it a knowledge problem? Is it a resource problem? And from my experience, I'm beginning to think that it's not really a skills problem. Why do I say so? We run IPv6 trainings, at least 15 of them, 4 days, we're full hands-on, at least 50% of the time. And during each of these trainings, 90% of the class, they can come up, they actually do create an addressing plan for a real network. So they can actually configure routing and also transition mechanisms. So what I'm saying is that in at least 35 countries of this continent, I can pick 10 people that if you put together would form a really kick-ass IPv6 action group that can lead the country. Why is it not happening? Over the last 2 years, I and my colleagues within the new trend, we come back from a training, 2 weeks later someone sends us an email. Hey, I just enabled IPv6. In Nigeria, for example, between POPs, between 2 of the largest cities in West Africa, Lagos and Ghana. In South Africa, it could be in Cape Town, someone announcing their prefix to the internet. I sat back 2 weeks ago and I looked at all of these emails. There's a common characteristic of the kind of person who comes to a training and goes back and actually does something immediately. It typically was a high-level network architect with power to kind of make some changes. So that begins to tell me that now all these other guys who come, they have the skills, but of course because of policies about what can change or who can do what in the network, they can't do anything. Now I did ask most of these guys who were able to implement something right after a training, why have you not rolled this out? Almost all of them without exception, they said, this is simply going to increase my burden. It's a trivial thing for me to, because I understand this, to request the IP addresses from Affinity. I don't need to talk to some manager. It's a trivial thing for me because I run our internet upstream to make sure that there's V6 connectivity, announce our prefix, enable the call. But going into access, I now have to take additional responsibilities and a burden that I'm not ready for. One of them being training lots of people, doing the IPv6 audits and all of that. And of course, at the end of this, because my manager, I will usually need to do this without support from my management in terms of whether monitoring people or upgrading equipment, etc. And this is why I think perhaps a bit of a focus on 2 things, which is something we are addressing in Affinity training. How do we train managers to be able to think strategically about IPv6? It seems it's one of those things that is so obvious if you know. But I had my epiphany about this when in Nairobi with TESPO. When we organized one of those, for half a day we were talking about the obvious things. This is so important. But then for half a day, these people were, what are you talking about? So for those who understand, it is very obvious. For those who do not, there is a big leap. And how do we begin to communicate the importance of IPv6 in terms of the things that we care about? Be it revenue, be it cost cutting, be it innovation. Both for the guys in the business, as well as for the governments. And then the second thing that we're realizing is that you need to be able to teach that network engineer, how does he go sell IPv6 to his manager? What's different about that from if you teach their managers directly? If you train the network engineer about the skills of selling IPv6 to their managers, then they can contextualize it in a way that none of us outside of the company can. And which is why I think some kind of half-day training, targeted messages towards the managers is going to be a very, very significant thing to do coming up. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamon, for those comments. So, just to summarize what Tamon is saying, training the engineers is not really a problem, but there's a disconnect between the engineer and the network manager or the CEO of the company as to why a move to IPv6 is needed, and it's probably common in many of the companies around Africa where the terminology is, if it's working, don't break it. So, short question.
Yeah, I wanted to just follow up on the point that was just made too. Okay. One of the comments that people have made is, to your point about helping the organization, is how do help desks get up to speed on working with IPv6? How does that first line of support? And I mentioned, if you haven't seen it, there's a document, a best current operational practice that actually my colleague Jan Zors and some folks from RIPE NCC have been involved with, that is looking to try to help capture some of that knowledge of what should help desks be working on, or what should they be prepared to deal with to help people moving to IPv6.
Okay, I've got the document and I've shared it to quite a bit of those network architects. And here's the one thing they tell me: there's still a leap from, in order to set up that system requires non-trivial resources. So some of them, it depends on how high up the hierarchy. I mean, you have this really powerful CTO level geek who understands. It's easy for him to do it, scrounging resources from some side projects. But for the guy who doesn't have enough power, there's still a resource gap to being able to change. Because essentially what you'll be doing is that you'll be changing what is the established protocol for your help desk. And that's not something someone who doesn't have the right amounts of political power within the company can achieve.
Okay. Thank you. That sounds like there's another discussion that could start there on the next steps of empowering everyone in the network support to understand IPv6. So we have another 2 or so minutes. I'd like to invite questions from the audience. Any more? Jane?
I just wanted to comment on Taman's presentation before of what he said, because I used to do some of the work in the US with the US government networks on upgrading to V6. And one of the key things that we found, was what Taman had said, was that if the technical layer is not speaking to the managerial layer, you end up with potentially forklift upgrades, which are massive. You could be causing your company incredible costs if you have to convert closer, train more people, and you have a small window to do technical work. So it is something to look at strategically as a company. It's very important. So I think it's something that perhaps some network operators and others haven't really thought about, but there has to be a way that you have a clear communication channel between the technical side of the house and the managerial side of the house. And perhaps that's something that can be added to the BCOP and the doc that Taman has, is something that's key to the region in the future as well.
Thank you, Jane. I have one question for Janvier, based on the story from Cameroon. At what stage did the regulator come in and have the aha moment that Martin just spoke about and say, this is actually something we need to work on in terms of IPv6 and set up a task force? What happened for the regulator to come in?
Okay, thank you. I can say that during one of our conference, we mentioned the issue of security, that it will be easy for him, the regulator, to track people if each of user use IPv6. So this gave him, he come up now and say, okay, I have to work on this issue now and put in place the task force and so on. So this is one of the arguments that we use to involve him on the project. Thank you.
that was probably a very good motivation for the regulator to get going, where they'll be able to identify each and every user on the internet and track down all the activities. So that's a sorry. Okay. Oh, finish.
Yes, because if we come back in my country, most of the network are on NAT, so it's not really easy to track someone. When we hear that this will block NAT and everyone will use his own IP addresses, we feel that it will be easy for him to do his work. So he now involved.
Thank you, Janvier. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. I'd like us to give a round of applause to our panel. Let me just add that ISOC and AFRINIC, we've been running a series of webinars, IPv6 webinars, which we discuss how we can improve IPv6 usage in Africa, and I will look to have some of the panelists we have here in the next webinar. We've not had one this year, but we are going to start them up again very soon. Thank you very much for attending. I'll now hand over to Chris Runeman. Thank you.
Can I get all the panelists to come over here for a photo?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Thanks everyone again for coming to ION Djibouti. I think we had some great content. I want to thank all the speakers. Let's do one more round of applause for all of the speakers and for yourselves as well. Thank you. I just want to point out, if you haven't signed in here, if you'd like to get it, we have certificates we're going to hand out. If you'd like one, make sure you've signed in here on this sheet, and I'll put this up here with a pen. And we also have stickers and pens, and we'd love to have you take as many of those as you need. Stick them on your laptops or whatever else you might have. And with that, I think we'll close it out. The buses should be out front to take us back to our home base. Thanks again, everyone. Have a great evening.